Well, good morning, exhibitors. We're going to have a great show today. As always, we like to start our show off with our pledges. If you would care to join us, everybody please rise. Mr. Ian Amrine is going to lead us in the American Pledge, and Miley Wilkinson is going to lead us in the 4-H Pledge. All right, Ian, take it away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You want it back?
No, you're good. Yeah.
Huh? I pledge my head.
All right, hold on. We're going to have to work on that. But anyway, our judge ran into some fog this morning, so he's on a 45-minute delay. No big deal. But we're going to start at 10:45. He's about 10 minutes away. So it's Blake Danner from Chalmers, Indiana. So Blake will be here in just a minute. Let's see. Abby needs to know if you're selling your pig in the auction, what you're doing with them. Abby, raise your hand. Right there. She's got the holiday pig shirt on. Make sure that you get to her today. You've got 1 hour after the completion of the show to let us know what you're doing with your pigs. Okay? Even if you're not selling in the auction, you got to tell her, okay, they're going home, they're going on the truck, whatever. Okay? So please, please, please let us know. I think other than that, guys, we're going to have some fun today. It's going to get hot. Make sure that your hogs are hydrated. If you've got a health concern with your pig, please, please, please let us know, and we're going to address it. If it continues to get worse, we're going to just send that pig home. Okay? So let's make sure that we're good stewards of our projects, and we want to make sure that everybody stays as healthy as we can in the barn. So other than that, you guys are good to go. Thank you. Let's have a good show.
Alrighty, good morning everyone. I am Garrett Schwerin.
Hello, I'm Jaden Lawrence, and I'm your 2024 4-H Prince.
So we are here with our hog show this morning. Last night we had the showmanship and county-born bred and raised. We have a little delay this morning. The judge is out with weather delays, so she should be here shortly to get this show on the road.
I believe that, is it Mason Morris? He won it, and he's going to go to Tom Swine on Tuesday and compete in that contest.
Yep, represent the Swine project there.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
Selection, service, and the latest in technology is what you'll find at Fraley Implement, your Matthew Ferguson dealer in Rushville. For the latest intelligent technology, check out the TerraMax from Great Plains. Krone leads the way in new innovations in hay and forage, and Fraley's carry time-tested Gale skid and track loaders as well. Their service department comes to the field or can repair it in shop, and the parts department stands by to keep your operation rolling. Fraley Implement on US 52 in Rushville. Go to FraleyImplement.com for more. Homan Inc. is your agricultural, construction, and equipment expert. Homans are specialists in construction of all aspects of hog, beef, and dairy facilities. Their GSI grain storage and handling can facilitate from 100 to 1 million bushels, and they handle all types of livestock equipment from dryers, manure systems, augers, conveyors, fans, and more. Plus, they have a large inventory of service parts as well. Let the pros at Homan Inc. help design your next farm expansion. Homan Inc. in Milroy at 2131 State Road.
All right, once again, welcome to our 2024 Decatur County Swine Show. Our judges said that he'll be ready to go by 10:45. I've got 10:40, so our two Berkshire Guild classes can start to work their way up, both Classes 1 and Class 2. Please make sure you know which you're in. There are 5 in Class 1, 4 in Class 2, Berkshire Guilds, but work your way up, and we'll get ready to get this show started in about 5 minutes.
Gemstone Feed is your local grain elevator, and we are currently purchasing corn for feed. We have the best spaces in the area, along with a high-capacity dump pit to ensure a smooth delivery with minimal wait times. We are located at 5062 West Base Road, just 3 miles west of the intersection at West Main Street and Bypass 3. To learn more about marketing your grain with us, please contact one of our grain representatives at 812-663-5175 or visit our website, gemstone.ag, to see current cash bids.
Alrighty, as our first class of Berkshire Gilts head up to the holding pens, we would like to thank Farm Credit Mid-America for sponsoring our new holding pens this year, as you can see there in the back of the screen. In our first class of Berkshire Gilts, we have Gabriel Horseman, Madeline Shireman, Waylon Grody, Gwendolyn Gauk, and Brock Evans here in the first heat. So I believe the top two, maybe?
Yeah,
We'll
top two advance and go to
yep,
the...
they'll go to the second heat and choose the champion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judge has arrived, and we're ready to start our 2024 Decatur County Swine Show, starting out with Class 1, Berkshire Gilts.
Right here in front of your screen is Madeline Shireman with a 282-pound Berkshire gilt here. Stuck in pin 8 there is Waylon Grody. Pig's ready to go home.
Yeah. There's 5 people in this class, and the top 2 advance to the next class, and then we'll have our champion and reserve champion.
Yep, 2 heats here. Divide them up. Waylon's hog there weighing 260 pounds. Coming out of pin 7, we've got Gabriel Horseman with a 223-pound hog. Coming out of pin 6 there, we got Brock Evans with a 219-pound hog. And then the final one for this heat is Gwendolyn Gauck with a 210-pound gilt. Jaden, I don't know what you think, but these are some good-looking hogs.
They are pretty good looking. Here's how many we're going to see at the auction going on Wednesday.
And we'd like to thank all of our auction buyers who come and support these young exhibitors here with their 4-H projects.
Yeah.
Very nice to see their courtesy and generosity.
The judge for today is Blake Danner. He is going to be the one judging these hogs for this morning and evening.
So getting pinned up here is Waylon Grody and Gabriel Horseman.
Well, good morning, and I look forward to working through the youth here at the Decatur County Fair, and we really look forward to it. And we start out here with an exceptional class of Berkshire Gilts, and I think our class leader is the young lady to my left. That one just comes through the gate. She's stout, she's powerful, and yeah, when you just study back to the basics of build, she's the big-chested, good-moving one behind. She definitely just carries the most advantages within this drive. Second and third gets really close to me, and this pair of Gilts really resemble each other. Young lady to my right is going to go ahead and be second within this class. I just felt when that gilt came out of the gate, she's wider about her chest, she's square about her knee. More importantly, she's more defined in her jawbone. I think she's a looser build option of the middle pair. But the gilt that comes here in third is dressed for success, and I really like that. Her skin, hair, presentation, and showmanship is to the nines within this drive. Just comparatively back, I read her the most artificial, just starting at the base of her jaw into her neck. I just read that gilt the most upright in terms of her skeleton of the initial trio. The young man's gilt that comes here in full, a really sound, practical type gilt that I think you really could take home and just build off of. Just comparatively to those above her, that gilt's not packing as much heat. When you get up on the upper side of her skeleton, the young man's gilt that comes out here in fifth, an extremely good-looking, stout-featured gilt, just comparatively back. She's the poorest in her design in terms of her hip and hind leg. Extremely good class to kick off here. We're going to have a good day. We're going to be efficient. Let's give them kiddos a round of applause as they head back.
Alrighty, the results for that class.
Placings on Class 1 Berkshire Gilts. First went to Madeline Shireman. Second to Gwendolyn Galk. Third to Brock Evans. Fourth to Waylon Grody. And fifth to Gabriel Hortzman. We're now ready for Class 2 Berkshire Gilts, December Berkshire Gilts. 4 entries. We can go ahead and bring up our Chester White Gilt to the holding pins as well.
Thank you, Scott Johnson, for stealing my line there, but coming out of the pin now, we have Ian Amrine with a 312-pound hog. Coming out of pin 8, there's Elizabeth Rennekamp with a 243-pound hog. Pin 7, there's Lydia Rennekamp with a 273-pound hog. And then to round out the class here, we got Benjamin Browner with a 294-pound hog. So Gwendolyn Galk and Madeline Shireman will be coming back here after he places his top 2 of this heat to receive the Grand Champion and Reserve Champion, Champion and Reserve Champion Berkshire Gilt.
These past 2 heats have really had a good set of hogs, and yeah, it looks like this is going to be a good day.
Yes, it is.
I've walked around the pig area and seen a lot of good ones this past couple of days.
Class that comes together rather logically in my mind. Young man in the purple needs a start, and just from the word go, this one's stout, she's broad, she's robust. More importantly, when you step off from the side profile, she ties the highest out of the top side of her shoulder. She's one that's still level enough, and her design from the side, a real easy place to start. The young man's gilt that's going to be second, I would actually say he's probably a shot more comfortable on this surface, and I sure do appreciate that. Just comparatively back, I didn't see her as unique on the front side of her body. More importantly, I just didn't see her as unique in terms of her just general presence when she meets the surface, in terms of her head and neck design, in terms of the shape of her upside of her skeleton, but a very nice gilt in terms of bone feature and comfortability to go ahead and land there in second. I like this gilt that comes here in third in terms of a heavy structure type of female that's sound and loose in her skeleton. Comparatively to those above her, she needs to be wider and broader within her mid-body. If we could do that, we can move her up in a hurry. A lot could be said about this gilt that rounds out another high-quality gilt in terms of skeletal integrity and ability to be square on both ends of her build. Just comparatively back, she needs to be broader, wider, and stouter. If we could do that, we sure could move her up in a hurry. Let's go ahead and fire these kids up, give them a round of applause as they head back, get into this good Berkshire drive.
Placings on Class 2 Berkshire Gilts. First place
4, 3, 1, 2, right?
went to Ian Amrine. Second place, Benjamin Ballner. Third place to Elizabeth Rennekamp. Fourth place to Lydia Rennekamp. We're now ready to show for our champion reserve Berkshire Gilt. We should already have our Chester White Gilt up into the holding pin. Let's go ahead and bring Class 4, the first Duroc Gilt class, to the holding pins as well.
So Madeline Shireman, Gwendolyn Galk, Ian Amrine, and Benjamin Bronner will be competing for champion and reserve champion Berkshire Gilt.
That award is sponsored by the Smith family Berkshires.
Well, a good way to start off here this morning, and we get our pair of class winners back out, and a pair that really resemble each other within their type and kind. I think this is a very close decision within my mind, because when you just step back and study them, I think there's one that probably just better off of her front foot. She's stronger in terms of how she comes out of the top side of her blade. Just when you step in behind her, she gets to be a nickel wider at the surface comparatively. And you got another one that probably is just a shot more comfortable off both ends of her skeleton. With that, she also sacrifices a little more flex and sway to her front foot placement. I think it's very, very close. When I just get to the nitty-gritty and which one I would like to go home and feed on it, if our crew is showing them around home, I like the young ladies get out of the first class to go ahead and be champion.
Our champion Berkshire Gilt is Madeline Shireman, and here to present the banner is Linda Smith, who is the husband of Merrill Smith.
You dropped that second place Gilt, and she sure jumps in the mix because of all the Berkshires we've probably seen today, she's as unique and on the front third of her body as any of them in terms of the shape of her skull, how she comes out of the top side of her body and her bone and her feature. There's just another one that I thought was more competitive within her mid-body. The young man out of the second class is going to have our reserve.
Ian Amrine will be our reserve champion.
Your champion Berkshire Gilt, shown by Madeline Sharman, and reserve champion shown by Ian Amrine. We're now ready for Class 3, lone entry Chester White Gilt. We should already have Class 4, January Duroc Gilts in the holding pen, and we'll go ahead and call Class 5, December Duroc Gilts to the holding pen as well.
Here showing the Chester White Gilt is Casey Barker with a 268-pound hog. Lone hog entry in this class.
This young lady brings us a tremendous type of Chester Gilt to go ahead and win this breed. One that's very stout at the surface in terms of her foot and bone work. She's got a good look out front and a very comfortable out of her rear view. Let's applaud her for bringing her Chester entry.
That champion Chester White Gilt, shown by Casey Barker. We're now ready to move on to Class 4, our Duroc Gilts. Hopefully Class 5 is working its way up as well. Also, just a reminder, or maybe the first time you've heard it, we will not break between our gilts and our bears today. We will go right on through and continue, and then we will take a short break at the conclusion of the barrow show before we move into the champion drive this afternoon.
Alrighty, in our first class of Duroc Gilts here, we have, looks like Brody Barker out here now with a 288-pound hog. And coming out of the holding pen next is Ian Amrine with a 348-pound hog. And to round out this heat, we have Brad Krieger with a 236-pound hog. Definitely some major weight changes in this class.
We got a really good, high-quality class of Duroc gilts to go ahead and start. And I think it's a trio gilts that offer a lot of quality, and it's just one man's opinion on one day. I know a lot of people that kids around ringside, this is their goal show, so I do take it serious. Just when they come through the chute, the one that hits me with the best first impression and then withstands the drive in terms of, honestly, just showmanship and quality is the young man on the far side of the ring. He's going to be our class winner. That gilt's heavy bone. She's stout. She's jet level. Yeah, she can get out and boogie with the best of them. Very high quality gilt to go ahead and win this class. The young man to my right is going to go ahead and be second. And I'll be honest with you, there's probably not going to be a neater looking gilt on the front side of her body that drives through the gate today. She's good shape. She's level out back. She's got a bigger leg. Why she lands in second is that gilt's flatter about her front paw. When you set her in motion, she needs to be squared up. Just she wants to swivel and sway, especially when she gets under pressure. Young man with the third place gilt's got the big booty gilt within the drive. She's round rib. She's flexible behind. Why she stands third is of the initial trio, I just read her the least comfortable when she meets the surface. She's flatter about her front paw. Needs to be square when she comes right at you.
Placings on Class 4. January Duroc gilts. First place went to Brody Barker. Second place to Brad Krieger. Third place to Ian Amrine. We're now ready for Class 5, our December Duroc gilts. After that, we'll show for Champion Duroc gilt. We can go ahead and bring Class 6 and Class 7, Hampshires and Herefords, to the holding pens.
Out in the ring now, we've got Graydon Wiseman with a 299-pound hog, and Benjamin Browner has two entries here. One of them is a 297-pound hog, and the other one is a 238-pound hog. Coming out now is Jessa Wagner with a 334-pound hog. Also Lance Wechter here. Looks like he might be showing for Benjamin. We have Braxton Evans out there with a 319-pound hog.
we got a really high quality gilt to go and start with the young man in the center. And this gilt honestly does just a lot of things right for me in terms of one, that's her build, her balance, and her presence from the side is to the highest degree. And then you step back and you study them coming and going. She's got a squareness advantage. She's a bigger legged type of gilt that's extremely comfortable. Second and third gets very, very close. I thought the young man's gilt closest to me just honestly came with more punch. When she drives right at you, she's wider, she's square by the base of her chest. Just more importantly, when you step off from the side profile, she's a longer and leveler hipped gilt that just carries more substance down low. A very nice gilt to land there in second. The young man's gilt that lands there in third, I absolutely love from the side. She's got the unique jawline and presence and on the front third of her body. And yes, she's got a big fluffy tail. Just comparatively back, I read her the straightest and the most upright off both ends of her skeleton. That's well landed her there in third. Young lady's gilt that comes here in fours, an extremely stout, broad, dense type of gilt, very, very round ribbed. Just one comparatively back, needs to be square on both ends of her skeleton. If we could square her up, we could definitely move her up a little higher. Young man's gilt there, that's in fives, another good looking, sound, attractive gilt from the side. She just gives up the most. When you get into the center part of her body, if we could give her more, she's a very interesting gilt in terms of her look and presence.
Alrighty, the placings for this class. Oop. There we go.
Placings on Class 5, the December Duroc Gilts. First place belonged to Benjamin Bowner. Second place also belonged to Benjamin Bowner. Third place to Braxton Evans. Fourth place to Jessa Wagner. And fifth place to Graydon Wiseman. We're now ready to show for the champion and reserve champion Duroc Gilts.
So Brody Barker and Brad Krieger, along with Benjamin Browner's 2 entries, will be coming back for champion and reserve champion Duroc Gilt.
That award is sponsored by Strategic Ag Insurance and the Don Kramer family.
Out in the ring now, we've got Brody Barker and one of Benjamin Browner's 2 entries. And Benjamin's other entries out now along with Brad Krieger.
Go ahead and drop the first and second place gilts out. I thought it was just one off of initial impression and thought she kind of handled this breed with some logic. Young man out of the second class is going to go ahead and be our champion. For reserve, it gets really close in my opinion. Just when you view them from the side, I think that's what sorts them. There's one that's just neater on the front side of her body. She's better out of the back side of her shoulder. More importantly, I think she's just probably more accurate when you step in for the rear view from hip hop to ground. Young man out of second is going to be our reserve.
Good job. Champion Duroc Gilt, owned by Benjamin Bowner. Thanks to Lance Wechter for helping show for him. And Reserve Champion Duroc Gilt, shown by Brody Barker. Now ready for our 2-entry Hampshire Gilts. We'll go ahead and call up. Hopefords are already here, hopefully. Let's bring up our Poland China and our Tamworth to the holding pens as well.
So next up is going to be our Hampshire Gilts, and there's only going to be 2 people in this class.
Yep, out there now we've got William White with a 221-pound hog and Artem Muckerhide with a 249-pound hog.
Following the Grand Champion Drive, it'll be the first-year member recognition, 10-year member recognition, the Merle Smith Memorial Award, his grand gilt drive, so much for it.
Well, no business like the Hampshire business when this pair jump out. And I think it just comes down to the side view profile of where one, I think's honestly probably just a notch better in terms of the levelness of her design. That's the young lady to my right. I think that gilt's good looking. She's sound, attractive. She's dead level. A very nice gilt to go ahead and be champion here at the Decatur County Fair. The gilt that's going to go ahead and be reserved, one that I actually probably prefer her length of body. One that's probably got a bigger root coming out of the backside of her hip. Just comparatively back. I didn't see her as unique and level from her sound design and presence, but a very nice pair of Hampshire gilts to go ahead and be champion in reserve.
Thanks.
Congratulations to Arden Muckerhide for showing the champion Hampshire gilt, and to William White for showing the reserve champion. Now ready to move on to Class 7, our 2-entry Hereford gilt class. Hopefully we already have our Poland China and our Tamworth up. I'd like to go ahead and call our Class 10 and Class 11 Yorkshires up as well. Please make sure you let them know which class you're in, 10 or 11 for those Yorks.
Alrighty, once they get the ring cleared here, we will start our Hereford gilt class here, single or a dual entry class here. Coming out now, we have Macy Kinker with a 246-pound hog, and her competition is Gwendolyn Gauck with a 284-pound gilt. Nice pair of Hereford gilts out here. Those were a hog that I haven't really heard of here, but starting to become more and more popular around this area.
A real good way within this breed to go and start with the young lady on the far side of the ring. That gilt's just exceptional in terms of her quality. She's good built, she's sound, she's comfortable, she's balanced. She maybe doesn't have as much shape out the backside of her shoulder as her one that's going to go ahead and be reserved. But when you study her balance and everything from the side, she has the class advantage. Young lady's gilt that comes here in second. I love how dressed up this one is in terms of her skin, hair, presentation. A one that's extremely shapely out the backside of her shoulder. She probably does come with a shot more muscle than what eventually be our champion. Just comparatively back, though, I didn't see her as uniform in terms of her comfortability off both ends of her skeleton. A very nice pair of Hereford gilts to go ahead and be the champion in reserve amongst this breed.
Congratulations to Gwendolyn Gauck for exhibiting the champion Hereford gilt, and to Macy Kinker for the reserve champion. Now ready for Class 8, the single entry Poland China gilt.
Alrighty, in our single entry Poland China gilt class here, we've got Vincent Trinkamp with a 278-pound hog.
We got ourselves a real high quality single entry amongst this breed, and one that I know a lot of judges say that could handle a lot more competition. I truly think that could be said with this gilt. She's good looking out front, she's square on both ends of her skeleton, she's level from the side. She maybe doesn't have the most hair in the world. That probably goes with the breed, but you want to talk about one that's sound, comfortable, good looking, and balanced. She does that to the highest degree.
Congratulations to Vincent Trinkamp for exhibiting the champion Poland China gilt. Now ready for Class 9, single entry Tamworth gilt class.
Congratulations. Do what?
Even as a sole incher, his pig was really good, and you can tell.
Yeah. So here in our single entry Tamworth gilt class, we've got Cora Galk with a 182-pound gilt.
Man, for such a little gilt, it sure has a lot of leg. Wow.
Young lady brings us a Tamworth gilt that honestly is just space alien looking from the side. She's got the neat look out front. She's got the huge bones. She's sound. She's comfortable. Sure, I'd like to pick her up on all 4 feet, but that's getting awfully critical on one that just gives you the weird look from the side.
Congratulations to Cora Galk for exhibiting the champion Tamworth gilt. Now ready for Class 10, a single entry January Yorkshire gilt. We should have Class 11 already up. The other Yorkshire gilt class, let's go ahead and call up the Class 12 light cross gilt as well.
We've got Jessa Wagner here exhibiting her hog at 236 pounds with the single entry in this class. Jessa will move on after the decision of next class.
Got ourselves a nice Yorkshire gilt to go ahead and start within this first class. A Yorkshire gilt, one that's jet level from the side. She's got the good balance. She's good looking. She's square. She's mobile. A lot more, not much more you could ask for in a single entry Yorkshire gilt class.
Your Class 10 Yorkshire gilt winner, shown by Jessa Wagner. Now ready for Class 11, our December York gilts, 3 entries. And let's also bring up Classes 13 and 14, our other 2 light cross gilt classes. Please make sure you know which class you're in.
Out in the ring now, we've got Sarah Falk with a 268-pound hog. Coming out now is Elmer Rennekamp with a 208-pound hog. And to round out this class, we've got Caden Legier with a 275-pound hog. The top 2 from this class will move on to compete against Jessa Wagner for champion and reserve champion.
We can see how well that all the contestants are doing, like usual. Decatur County always does really good with swine.
Yep. That's nice to see all the supporters out here in the crowd alongside the fence, parents, relatives, anyone coming out to support the youth of our community.
A real interesting way to start this gilt to honestly build like an Angus brood cow in terms of how comfortable she is on both ends of her skeleton. A good looking, sound, attractive gilt. Honestly, I wish she had a little bit of that fur that got clipped off of her because I think it could just make her that much more unique. Very, very good looking, sound, comfortable gilt to start. If you want to say that this gilt that comes in second packs more heat on the backside of her shoulder and is better in the center part of her body, I'd listen to you. And probably as equivalent in terms of length of step out of her rear end. With that, I also think her extra comfortability out back probably plays to her disadvantage. She wants to become just flatter about her front foot and wants to become more hesitant out here on the surface. More importantly, just from the side view profile, I don't see that gilt as unique as a class winner just in terms of side design and presence. The gilt that's going to go ahead and be their third. Very level made gilt that's square and comfortable. She just got to pack more heat to go ahead and move up upon this pair above her.
Placings on Class 11, our December Yorkshire gilts. First place went to Sarah Fogg. Second place to Caden Legier. And third place to Elmer Rennekamp. We're now ready to show for our champion and reserve champion York gilts. Hopefully we have Class 12, 13, and 14, our light cross gilt classes, in the holding pens.
Coming back out now is Jessa Wagner, Sarah Fogg, and Caden Legier to show for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire gilt.
looking forward ahead. On Sunday at 9 tomorrow is horse and pony contesting. At 10 a.m. is the sheep show, and at 3 o'clock the parade begins. So, have any family or friends?
One of the closer decisions that we've had thus far, in my opinion, because when you just step back, there's one that's beautiful from the side in terms of her side design and presence, and then there's another one that just honestly, she's rounded about the shape of her blade, she comes with more heat, and yet you still pop her up from the side, and yet she probably still doesn't falter out of bed within that regard. I still think that that same Gil probably comes at you with a square, bigger chest. More importantly, I just probably prefer the texture of the center part of her body. She's a square leaving one. The Gil out of the first class is going to be champion. Gil out of the second class is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to Jessa Wagner for exhibiting the champion Yorkshire Gilt and to Sarah Fogg for the reserve. Now ready to move into our crossbred gilts. First three classes of crossbred gilts are all light crosses. Class 12, one entry.
Coming out now with his light cross gilt is Klein Lowe with the 195-pound hog. Single entry for this class.
We got a real interesting blue gilt to go ahead and start within the first class. The light cross is one just from the side. She's absolutely different about her look. She's got the weird look to the shape of her skull, the good bend to her arm. She's a heavy structured gilt that's got some hair down low. I wish we could square up a fraction on both ends of her skeleton, but that's getting picky on one. It's got a big hair and a neat look.
Your Class 12 winner shown by Klein Lowe. Now ready for Class 13, three entries in our second light cross class. Hopefully we have Class 14 up to the holding pins. We'll bring up the first dark class in just a moment.
Congratulations to Klein Lowe for winning that class. Out here now we've got Emery Morris with a 220-pound hog. Wesley Horseman with a 239-pound hog, and Kylie Best with a 255-pound hog. This is the second class of our light cross gilts. Then we will have one more with two entries. Then we will bring the top two from each class out for champion and reserve champion.
As I was saying earlier, the parade is at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Have any family or friends come out and enjoy the parade. It's the longest parade that we have in Decatur.
A trio of gilts, probably kind of differ in kind as much as you could ever ask for, and yet I still think that's positive within the swine industry, and why our ability to make more elite ones has probably gone up. What I would say amongst this trio, the one that comes with the least amount of problems outside of cosmetically is the young lady in the center right here. This one's going to go ahead and start. I love the shape of her skull. She's the squarest when she comes right at you. She's the best in terms of the strength of her front foot. Yeah, she's got enormous feet and bones on her. She's a big ripped gill. I'd be the first to admit I like to clean up her extra claw, however you see it in terms of the lymph node deal, but that gilt's easily got the most advantages amongst this trio. The blue belted gilt now in the center is going to go ahead and be second, and I love that gilt's look and presence on the front side of her blade. One that's extremely sharp out of the back side of her shoulder. She's got good bend from behind. That also comes to her disadvantage is when you truly step in behind her, she wants to plant and roll out of her right rear just a fraction. more importantly, what lands her in second is we got to pick her up in terms of her front foot strength. If we could do that, we could move her up in a hurry. Young man here in third's got him in an extra pliable booty type gilt that's extremely round about her rib cage, just comparatively to those above her. I didn't see her as unique in terms of her transition and the front side of her shoulder, and then probably more importantly for this guy judging, this guy's stouting her up as she meets the surface.
Placing zone class 13, first place with the Kylie Best, second place to Emery Morris, and third place to Wesley Hortzman. Now ready for class 14, our final light cross gill class, 2 entries. Let's go ahead and bring class 15, our first dark cross class, up to the holding pens.
Out here now we've got Brody Barker with a 295-pound gilt, along with Casey Barker, a 330-pound hog. So battle of siblings out here. So as of now, Klein Lowe, Kylie Best, and Emery Morris will be coming back for champion and reserve champion. And now that it's a dual class here, both of them will be coming back too for champion and reserve champion.
Pair of gilts that just really resemble each other in terms of type and kind and similar litter notches. Wouldn't surprise me if they're mates just when the rubber meets the ground. I think there's one that's just truly better in her angles from the side. She's the best when she comes right at you. She's the best when she leaves you. Young man's gilt's going to go ahead and start. Now I'll be the first to admit that the young lady's gilt that's going to proceed in second probably gives you a little neater look out front from the side profile just when she came right at you. I thought she concaved in her knee a fraction more importantly. She wants to hawk in and point her rear feet out just a fraction. But that's a big rib gilt. That's good looking from the side. Young lady's done an extremely high quality job taking care of her 4-H project.
Placing on class 14, light cross gilts. First place with Brody Barker, second place to Casey Barker. Now ready to show for our champion and reserve champion, light cross gilts. Once again, hopefully we have class 15, our first dark cross class, working its way up to the holding pin. We'll call 16 in just a moment.
Out there now we've got Klein Lowe, winner of class 12 light cross. Out there now we've got all 3 class winners, Kylie Best and Brody Barker.
A trio of light crosses that I just felt like they climbed through their classes just because they were the highest quality within the most areas. You get them back out here, I actually think is extremely close between a pair of them. Like I said, probably coming through the gates. None of them are perfect, never will be. They haven't made one perfect yet. But they both kind of strike a pet peeve of mine. Probably what makes it the closest, in my opinion. I think the one that just has the most pieces to the highest degree in terms of look, build, balance from the side, and probably just comes with as many extras as any. Doesn't matter, the first class is going to have your champion. Young lady out of the second class is going to have your reserve.
Congratulations to Klein Lowe for showing a champion light cross gilt and to Kylie Best for the reserve. Now ready to move on to our dark cross classes. Class 15 should already be up. Let's go ahead and bring 16 and 17, both of our remaining dark cross gilt classes. Please make sure you know which class you're in.
Alrighty, here in our dark cross gilt
And then once
class.
again, a reminder, there will not be a break following the gilts. We will move directly into the barrow show. We will not take a break until after the barrow show before the grand drive this afternoon.
Here in our dark cross class, we've got, or division, we've got 3 different classes. Coming out here in first, we've got Camellia Gold with a 196-pound gilt. Coming out next is Mary Schwering with a 170-pound gilt. And coming out last is Rosemary Schwering with a 142-pound gilt. If you don't have anything going on tonight, come on out, ride some rides. There's plenty of good food vendors out there. Lots of good food out there. Come ride some rides. Come support our local people out here. And just check out the exhibitor barns, the livestock, and all those projects up at the front. Come check out the good work that these kids have put in this year.
Really like the food here. So
a class that sure comes to you with a lot of differences in terms of type, kind, and quality. My favorite one within this class is the young lady in front of me. I just think this is the most structurally correct gilt within this class. She's sound, she's comfortable, she got big feet, and a very nice gilt in terms of quality of her skeleton. Young lady at the belted gilt is going to be second in one that's extremely stout and powerful, but honestly, we got to bring her back in on both ends of her skeleton. She's just simply too wide for this guy judging, but extremely stout, extremely neat from the side. Young lady with the bigger framed Berkshire Pairing gilt's going to be third, and she probably resembles our class winner the most from the side. A very good looking, sound, attractive gilt. You just got to pack more when you get into the center part of her body.
Placings on class 15, dark crosses. First place went to Rosemary Schwering. Second to Camellia Galt, and third to Mary Schwering. Now ready to move on to class 16, the 5 gilt class of dark crosses.
So Camellia and Rosemary will be coming back here for champion and reserve champion dark cross. Once they get their pigs pinned up and got the show ring cleared here, we will bring out our second class, class 16 dark cross gilts.
class 16 has 5 entries.
Coming out first, we've got Lane Wiseman here with a 253-pound gilt. Coming out next, we've got Madeline Shireman with a 246-pound gilt. Coming out of pin 7 there is Lance Wechter with a 258-pound gilt. There in pin 6 is Jada Galt with 254 pounds. To round out the class here, we've got Braxton Evans with 249 pounds. We'd like to give a special shout out and thanks to Gemstone Feed for sponsoring our hog show today.
Looking at this class, you could see how consistent the weight is, so you can tell how really hard they're trying. There's only a 12-pound difference between all 5 of these.
Wow.
If you turn in on the radio at 9 a.m. on Monday, you listen to the beef cattle section on Monday.
Yep. Also, tomorrow we have the sheep show. Starting at 10 a.m., is that right?
Yeah, I believe. And then also horse and pony contest.
Right. Our judge here for today's show is Blake Danner. Not really sure where he's from.
Without a doubt, the deepest class that we've seen thus far, and I think it's very important to just step back and stand from the side of them and then just really lie on the ground where you want to stand at. I think there's just one gill that I make the least amount of excuses in terms of rear leg squareness, in terms of how her front foot meets the surface. For sure, you can say she needs to be a little longer hipped, but that's most current day crossbreds. Young man in the center, he's going to start this class. This gill that's going to be in second, she's absolutely wild in terms of how she ties her neck out the top side of her shoulder. She's got the good breeding gill, swoop, and balance from the side. Comparatively back to that class winner, I read this gill just a shot more vanilla in her mid-body. More importantly, when she comes and goes, I'd like to just square up a fraction as she meets the surface. But you want to talk about a bendy-built one with a big hair and a good look, she definitely is to that, to the nines. This gill that comes here in third, I've had her anywhere from first to fifth within this class because there's some very unique parts and pieces to this gill. And then there's honestly just some things that I think need to rearrange. This gill's good looking out front. She's got a big square edge and back and hip in her. Comparatively back, the Glandy gill probably just isn't as genuine from front to rear within her width. If we could change that, we could move her up in a hurry. She's a good looking one with a big back. I don't see her just as genuine as those two above her. The gill that comes here next, probably the best built gill within this drive in terms of athleticism off both ends of her skeleton. So why she land here in four? She easily is the frailest featured gill of the initial four. She honestly just looks the most man-made in terms of her body condition, in terms of the shape of the backside of her shoulder. Probably easily the best fifth place pig we've had today, and I don't say that lightly because this young man needs to be committed to bringing a nice quality crossbred gill to the county fair. She's square, she's sound, she's mobile. Compared to those above her, she's just got to pack more heat when you really get in the center part of her. If we could do that, we can move her up in a hurry.
Placings on Class 16, Dark Cross Gilts. First place went to Braxton Evans. Second place to Jada Gold. Third to Madeline Sharman. Fourth to Lance Wechter. And fifth to Lane Wiseman. Now ready for Class 17, our final Dark Cross Gilt class, and then we'll move on to the Champion Dark Cross Gilt and the Champion Overall Cross Gilt drives.
Out here now we've got Kylie Best with a 296-pound hog and Casey Barker with a 297-pound hog, so very close.
these two will both advance. This is just a dual class. So we'll see them again in the champion Dark Cross Guild.
Yep, so once the Dark Cross Guild and Reserve, the champion and reserve are chosen, they will go back and the champion and reserve champion Light Cross Guild will come back for a cross guild overall.
Out these crossbred guilds, and honestly just good livestock. And within our class winners, a young lady to my left, she's square, she's sound, she's comfortable, she's awesome from the side in terms of how she comes out the top side of her shoulder. She's really comfortable. Everything about that guild just looks really genuine. Sure, I'd be the first to admit I'd like to pick her up on her front foot just a fraction, and that's where our guild in second probably has more of an advantage in terms of one that got more blade shape, more bone, more feature. She's actually got more hair working on her, and I appreciate that. Just comparatively back, she wants to become the most upright about her shoulder of the initial tub hair. More importantly, that gill just never smooths out and balances from the side. If we could do that, she could definitely give that class winner a run for her money.
Placings on Class 17, our final Dark Cross Guild class. First place went to Kylie Best. Second place to Casey Barker. Now ready for our champion Dark Cross Guild Drive. Should have 3 entries, the winners of Class 15, 16, and 17.
Out here now, we've got Rosemary Schwerin, winner of Class 15. Then we've got Jada Galt out there, who was second place in Class 16. And Kylie Best, who was first place in the previous class, Class 17. Also Casey Barker, second place in Class 17. Braxton Evans was the winner of Class 16. So now we are battling it out for champion and reserve champion. Like I was saying before, these two winners will go up against the champion and reserve champion, which was Klein Lowe and Kylie Best, for overall champion and reserve champion crossbred guild. And there will be no break in between the Gilt and Barrow show, so following the winners of Champion Cross Gilt and Reserve Champion Cross Gilt, we will start the Barrow show here.
A good way to round out our Burdenville show in terms of the Dark Cross division, and I think there's honestly a trio of them that sure jumped right into the mix in my mind for the champion spot, and right back there for reserve. There's one that I just thought handled probably the tougher class of the day with as much comfort and truly just the least amount of problems. The young man's going to go ahead and be our champion in the center. For reserve, it comes really close between that last class winner and this young lady's guild. I was second to her. And I honestly think if we took as much black paint that was on our second place one and put on our class winner, I think our reserve would become just that much more apparent, just because when you study them at the surface in terms of squareness, when they meet the surface, true width from front to rear, I think the young lady that was at the first out of the last class is going to be our reserve.
Congratulations to Braxton Evans for exhibiting the champion Dark Cross Guild, and the reserve shown by Kylie Best. Now ready to show for our champion our champion cross guild and our reserve champion. We also can go ahead and bring up classes 18 and 19, our first two Barra classes, our Berkshires. Bring them up to the holding pins. Make sure you know which class you're in, please.
We would like to thank our one of our livestock sponsors, Holderman Real Estate and Farm Management. Thank you for showing your support for all these livestock 4-H events.
So now, like we've said, we'll be having the overall crossbred champion gilt show. The winner of the light cross was Klein Lowe, and the champion of the dark cross was Braxton Evans. Coming out in the ring now is Klein Lowe with his 195-pound gilt. Coming out over there on the right side is Braxton Evans with his 294-pound gilt.
Champion. I do think it's close within my mind, because honestly, if you take one from the side and then to put the other one just basic of her skeleton in terms of squareness when she meets the surface, I think we'd have an absolute unit. But you can't do that in the show pig industry, at least in this generation at this point. So you just step back and you study them, and you ask yourself which one's truly the best built one. When they meet the surface, young man's belly gilt's going to go ahead and be our champion.
Congratulations to Braxton Evans for being the overall champion crossbred gilt. Now we'll be choosing our reserve champion gilt between Klein Lowe and Kylie Best here.
Really close decision amongst my mind, because we dropped that reserve dark in, and she's just so seamless in terms of a build from the side. She's good looking, she's sound, she's comfortable. I didn't see her as intensified in terms of her bone, her front foot. More importantly, I thought she was flatter just when she met the surface out of her front shoulder, and more comparatively to another one, she probably needs a shot more back shape working in her. Then we got another one that's absolutely whacked out and as unique and dressed up from the side. She's not as genuine coming and going as maybe what the belly gilt is, or what was our initial champion. But like I said, when I was picking champion, if you can mass produce what this one looks like from the side in terms of how she ties out the top side of her neck, her hair, her bone, her feature, and her reach, you could really make dominant show bears in the future. Our light cross is going to be our reserve.
Congratulations to Klein Lowe, which was the champion of our light cross gilt class.
Congratulations to Braxton Evans for exhibiting the champion cross gilt, and to Klein Lowe for the reserve. That concludes our gilt show for this morning. All of our champions will compete this afternoon in the Grand Drive, but instead we're ready to move right on into our barrow show. So hopefully we have classes 18 and 19 up in the holding pens. Class 18 will be the first to enter the show arena. 3 entries in Class 18 Berkshire Bears.
Our first class here, Class 18 of Berkshire Barrows. That'll be a hard one to switch to instead of gilts. Three exhibitors here. Looks like we might be waiting on one more, maybe. Not sure.
Let me down. Okay. Call me over.
If you are just hopping on here, welcome to the 2024 Swine Show here at Decatur County Fair. We just concluded our gilt portion of the show, and we are now moving on to the barrow part. Our judge today is Blake Danner. Last night we had our showmanship portion and county born, bred, and raised. The winner of our expert showman was Mason Morris. Mason will move on to Tom Swine, which is on Tuesday. Is that right?
Tuesday, I think 6:30. If I'm not
Tuesday
wrong.
evening. Yep. Come out and watch that show. If you're not sure of what Tom Swine is all species. They're top expert showmen. They will all come together and compete for one big award. Each person will show obviously their respective species and then one of each. So that will be swine, goats, sheep, cattle, and dairy. They will all have to learn how to properly show them here before Tuesday. So that's always a fun one to watch. Speaking of Tom Swine, that is also, this year is the 50th anniversary. So that's pretty exciting. That'll be a fun one for whoever the winner is. Be a nice history piece.
I believe I heard some people say that the family's the one coming out to announce the award as usual. So this is a really big deal for the family.
Yep.
And the county.
Yeah. The highest award you can receive, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming out here in Class 1 of Berkshire Gilts is Elmer Rennekamp with a 200-pound gilt even. Coming out next is William White with a 213-pound barrow. Got caught up on that one. And then to round out the class is Landon Schwartzschuber with a 184-pound gilt barrow. Dang it. I'll be doing that all day. Looks like we got a wild one out there. Judge will get ready here and place this class. Just like the gilt show, the top two of each class will come out for an overall.
To start the barrow show with the young man in black. This one comes in and drives to your attention. This pig's good looking. He's awesome from the side. He's got the good bend out of his rear view. I'll be the first to admit, when he drives right at you, I'd like to make him a little stronger within his front view. That's getting awfully critical on one that handles this class relatively easy. Second and third gets really close within this judge's opinion. I think the barrow that's closest to me just packs more heat out of the backside of his shoulder. It's honestly a pair of bears that are very, very similar from the side in terms of how they're built. Like I said, this bear is wider chested. He's better at his knee. More importantly, he's fuller on the backside of his shoulder into the front side of his rump. He's a stouter animal when he meets the surface. This bear that comes here in third honestly has some class advantages in terms of how he ties out the front side of his blade. I love the extra color and honestly one that can get out here and boogie just compared to the back. I didn't see him as unique in terms of his upper edge. More importantly, I just read him to round this out through the backside of his hip. We could stout him up when he meets the surface.
Placings on Class 18. Our first class of Berkshire Bears. First place went to Landon Schwartzschuber. Second place to Elmer Rennekamp. And third to William White. Now ready for Class 19, our second Berkshire Bear class, 5 entries. I'd like to call Class 20 Berkshire Bears to the holding pen.
Congratulations to Landon, who will be coming back for champion barrow. And Elmer Rennekamp, who will also be coming back. Coming out in the ring now, we've got Cletus Rennekamp with a 262-pound barrow. Also Macy Kinker there with a 241-pound barrow. Coming out there in Pen 5 is Claire Grody with a 267-pound hog. Coming out now, Wesley Horseman, 265 pounds. And Grady Harrison with 241 pounds. We'd like to thank Farm Credit Mid-America for sponsoring our new holding pens. Look very nice and fresh. Definitely a much needed update to the Swine Club.
I don't know if we got darker outside or if this one just got so much white on him, but he commands your attention when he drives through the gate. He's got the good look out front, and yet I still say he's square enough on both ends of the skeleton. Nice pig to go ahead and start. Our second place bear definitely has the advantage in terms of arm, bone, and in the initial chest view coming out of the gate. That's a broad-bladed animal that's got a lot working up on him. Comparatively to our initial class winner, I just see him as unique. The front third of his body, more importantly, he just needs trim back in his condition within this judge's perspective. But yet I still thought he was a broader, stouter, looser individual than the bear that's going to be in third. This bear that comes here in third probably is more in terms of composition from the side, within this judge's opinion, just comparatively back. He needs opened up in his chest, more importantly, and I'd like to make him trendier on the front side of the shoulder, and then I'd also like to just intensify him in terms of his bone and feature. A lot of that can also be said about this bear that comes here in four, and he probably also has more of an advantage in terms of bark and wolfiness comparatively to the bear above him. I just read him the fattest in terms of his condition. The bear that rounds out is a shapelier bear comparatively to those above him. This bear just honestly is the straightest off both ends of his skeleton. I just didn't see this bear really get out and boogie comparatively to those above him. A very nice set of 5 Berkshire bears to go ahead and start on.
Placings for that class 19 of Berkshire Bears. First place to Grady Harrison. Second place to Wesley Horseman. Third place to Macy Kinker. Fourth place to Cletus Renikamp. And fifth place to Corey Grody. Now ready for class 20. 6 entries in this Berkshire Bear class. Following that, we'll move on to our champion Berkshire Bear drive. We can go ahead and slowly start working class 21 our 3 Chester Whites up to the holding pins. No need to be in a hurry though, but you can start working this way with those Chesters.
So Grady Harrison and Wesley Horseman will be coming back for the champion Berkshire Barrow and reserve champion. Out in the ring now, we've got Lydia Renikamp with a 336-pound hog. Coming out now is Henry Dwanger with 297-pound hog. Knox Templeton there coming out now, 283 pounds. Elizabeth Renikamp coming out now with 304 pounds. Emery Morris now, 302 pounds. And the 6th person of this class, Jesse Biltz, 289 pounds.
People handing out the ribbons today is some royalty, Miss Decatur County, Bailey Edding, and first runner-up for 4-H Queen, Trish Christensen.
And we got some royalty on the radio here. Jaden Lawrence, the 2024 4-H Prince here. Our champion Berkshire Barrow banner is sponsored by the Hitchcock family, and the reserve champion Berkshire Barrow is sponsored by Ag Production Enterprises Incorporated. We'd also like to thank Fraley Implement for sponsoring our livestock, and Gemstone Feed here for sponsoring our hog show in particular. So thank you to those sponsors who make this show and fair run smoothly.
And thanks to Homan Incorporation for sponsoring all the shows too. All the sponsors are really
Can you make an announcement on the radio that the Smyrna, we're only open on Saturday lunch for the hog show?
The what? Sorry.
We're the Smyrna food stand. We are open at lunch. We're open now.
Would you like to speak?
Oh, sure. I'd love to. Tell me when to start.
Class, that honestly probably just doesn't make a lot of sense within a judging perspective because there isn't one that just probably grabs you and says, hey, I got to win, but yeah, there's quality from 1 through 6. A young lady in the center to my right is going to go ahead and be our eventual class champion here. One that I thought was probably the most conditionally right in terms of both ends. He's square, comfortable, he's sound, probably just has the most positives within this drive. Young lady in the blue is going to be next, and this pig honestly gives you a pretty good first impression. He's good looking. He's very round about the shoulder blade. He's got some bone and feature. He honestly probably needs a shot more muscle just in terms of one that is packing that much meanness in terms of balance and silhouette. If he could pack more heat, we can move him up in a hurry. The bear that comes in third does have more shape and cage and muscle working in him. Probably has those advantages amongst this class. He's just more upright about his shoulder. I read that bear probably just the plainest out of the front side of his body. A lot can be said. The same can be said about the bear and for the young lady here. That's another round rib, stout bear in terms of his cage and his body shape. One is probably as good in terms of his zip and hind leg within this drive. I just read this bear, the poorest in terms of the front view, in terms of how his shoulder blade set on his body. And honestly, I just love the change, how he ties out the top side of his shoulder. A lot can be said about the bear, and 5/5 of this young man's another one is really good from his shoulders back in terms of blade width, back shape and spread and body and muscle. This bear is really straight up front and he needs to just be changed, like I said, on the front side of his body. And then the bear that rounds out, another round rib, muscular bear that just needs change on both ends of his build. A really interesting class of Berkshire bears with a lot of differences.
Placings on that class, Class 20, Berkshire Bears. First place went to Emery Morris. Second place to Jesse Bolts. Third place to Elizabeth Rennekamp. Fourth to Lydia Rennekamp. Fifth to Knox Templeton. And sixth to Henry Dwinger. Now ready to show for our champion, reserve champion, Berkshire Bears.
Hi, this is Patty Lang Fisher from Smyrna
Before
Lutheran
we have our
Church.
3 Chester Whites up, Class 21. We can go ahead and slowly start working Class 22, our first Duroc Bear.
Hi, this is Patty from the Smyrna Lutheran Church. We love our farmers. We're supporting our local farmers here at the Decatur County Fair. And we have had the Smyrna Lutheran food stand for 71 years. And we are open for lunch today, Saturday. So come on out to the Decatur County Fair. And we've got those chops and pork burgers and hamburgers and brats and hot dogs all off the big grill. We are ready for our lunch crowd to come in. Looking forward to seeing y'all during the Decatur County Fair. Come up to the Smyrna Food Stand, and thank you for your support for the Decatur County Fair and all the kids in the 4-H projects who come out and do work. They work so hard on them all year long, and today with the hog show, they are doing well. It's a hot day, but come out to the Decatur County Fair. We're looking for you.
Thank you. Go enjoy you a nice burger out there. We got some nice stuff out there.
A very good set of these Berkshire Bears, and honestly, I think when a handle just comes through, you probably don't need to take much time. One man in the blue is going to have our champion.
Congratulations to Grady Harrison for winning.
Dropped that second place bear in, and like I said in class, he probably does have probably the breed advantage when that bear drives right at you. He's easily the best about the center part of his chest and how the descent and slope to the shoulder from the side is comparatively to another one. He just doesn't bring the bells and the whistles. Young man in the first class, he's going to have our reserve.
Congratulations to Landon Schwarzentuber for getting reserve champion Berkshire Barrel.
Congratulations to Grady Harrison for showing the champion Berkshire Barrel, and Landon Schwarzentuber for the reserve. Now ready for Class 21. 3 entries in our Chester White Barrels. We should have 22 working this way, if not already in the holding pens. The first due-out class. We should be able to fit 23 in as well, so let's go ahead and start slowly working Class 23 due-out barrows up as well.
Here in Class 21, we got Chester White barrows. We've got Sawyer Smoot, 247 pounds. Lance Wechter here, 271 pounds. And in holding pen 6, Vincent Trinkamp with, 277 pounds. This is just a single class trio. So we will be giving out first place, second place, third place obviously, and we'll go right into champion and reserve champion.
The sponsor for the champion Chester White Burro is the memory of Greg Seifert, and the reserve champion of the Chester White Burro sponsor is the Hitchcock family.
Thank you to all of our sponsors, especially Gemstone Feeds for sponsoring our hog show this afternoon and morning.
A really interesting set of Chester Bears, and I honestly think it's a top pair that are very, very close. Within this judge's opinion, just when you step off on the side of the stock, I think there's one, when you truly get a side design and profile shot of this bear, he's a class leader. In terms of one that's comfortable off both ends of the skeleton, he truly has the advantage, especially our spine sets in a skeleton, and then you really just step in and study him. He's equivalent in terms of back shape, equivalent in terms of body condition, bulk, and pin width. I think he just has a lot of advantages from the side. That's the young man in front of me. He's going to go and meet champion. Young lady on the far side is going to be reserved, and then this bear is very, very interesting. In terms of one that's got some set to his shoulder, he has the class advantage in terms of squareness when he drives right at you, the squareness when he leaves you, just comparatively back. He's a cleaner jointed animal. I didn't see this bear ever ability to just set down on his spine. If we could do that, we could flip them in a hurry. That's honestly just a pet peeve of this show judge. Like I said, a lot of quality amongst that bear in terms of look, squareness, and cleanliness of joints. The bear comes here in third. Honestly, just ran in a pair of buzzsaws right above him, a round-shouldered stout animal. Just didn't seem as loose constructed as that pair above him.
Placing zone Class 21, Chester White Bears. The first place and champion Chester Bear shown by Lance Wechter. Second place and reserve champion shown by Sawyer Smoot. And third place in the Chester class, shown by Vincent Trimkamp. Now ready to move on to class 22, our first Duroc barrel class, 5 entries. Hopefully 23 is already up in the holding pens.
So we're on class 22 of 36, so moving right along here. Out there now is our champion white, Chester white champion, Lance Wechter with his Duroc, weighing 250 pounds. And then we've got Klein Lowe there with 240 pounds. Lane Wiseman coming out of the pen now, weighing 264 pounds. Landon Schwarzenstruber coming out of pen 6 with a hog weighing 265 pounds. And to round out our class there is Gabriel Horseman with 159 pounds.
At the end of the fair, the auction will be going on. It'll be going at Wednesday at 1:30. And if you want to come down, buy some cows, buy some pigs. I believe goats and sheep are also for sale.
Chickens.
Chickens,
Yep, so
rabbits.
come on out, support our youth. And we'd like to thank our previous auction buyers coming out and supporting our youth. It's really great just to see them supporting like they do. Our community is a very giving one, and that's nice to see.
And the good thing about this auction is all the money goes right to the 4-Hers.
Yep. I tell you what, my hand would get tired out there just with that whip all the time.
A really good class of Duroc bears, and we're just going to leave them out here and talk to them. As I talk to them, I'm placing them. But honestly, showmanship, skin and hair, and presence probably precedes young man, and Brian's going to win this class. When that bear drives and comes at you, I love this thing in terms of his cheer front view. He's a big-chested, bull-blooded animal that's got as much shape and muscle working up on him. I still think he's loose enough for that out behind. Young man in the blue in the center is going to be second, and honestly, this pig has a lot of class-leading advantages. Maybe as good of a pig as we've seen thus far. This pig just simply never gets out here and drives. He's slow and simply never just comes and races. This pig has so many unique parts and pieces in terms of bone, feature, looseness of rear leg. That pig, honestly, I just never get a very good look at him. He's a low-headed one and needs more shape out of the backside of the shoulder. The young man in front of me is going to be third, and I think he's got probably more advantage in terms of look, blade, and honestly some shape out of the backside of the shoulder. Compared to those two above him, he's not as true when he drives right at you in terms of knee and front foot. He's more straight and upright about his shoulder placement. Young man to my right is going to be next, and I just thought this bear is better constructed than the bear that's going to round out. He's a square-made one and sound out of his front end. Got to give that bear more in the center part of his body. This bear that runs out, he does have that advantage. He does have more muscle, more cage, and working on him, he just needs the force in terms of his quality, in terms of design within his skeleton amongst those initial 5. A very good class of 5 Duroc bears. Let's give them kids a round of applause.
Placing zone class 22, our first class of Duroc bears. First place shown by Landon Schwarzenstruber. Second by Klein Lowe. Third by Lance Wechter. Fourth by Lane Wiseman. And fifth by Gabriel Hortzman. We're now ready for our second class of Duroc bears, class 23. 4 entries. Let's go ahead and bring class 24, our 2 Hampshires, up to the holding pens.
Out there now we have Mason Morris with a hog weighing 282 pounds. Hudson Mookerhide with one weighing 275 pounds. And Grady Harrison, 281, and Brock Evans, 276. So Landon and Klein will be coming back for champion and reserve champion Duroc Barrow. There on your screen you can see Mason Morris. He was the champion expert showman who will be competing in the 50th anniversary of Tom Swine on Tuesday. And our reserve champion expert showman was Madeline Shireman, and she'll also be competing for Tom Swine as well.
Got a red bear here with the young man in the blue in the center. That just gives you a really good first impression. As he comes through the gate, he's the right length of body. He rises his neck and head out the top side of the shoulder. He's got the good bend from behind. I'll be the first to admit when he drives right at you, I'd like to square him up at his knee and front foot just a fraction. That's getting critical on a bear that easily wins this class out of most categories. The bear that's going to be second, young man to my right, one is just good, probably most resembles my class winner from the side. He's good looking, he's good shaped, he's got a good rear view. Comparatively to that class winner, the lighter colored bear is straighter and more upright in his shoulder. Honestly, just not as overwhelming in terms of his presence. The bear to my right, that's going to come here in third. I actually like this bear shaped by the backside of his blade and probably his skin tone better than the bear that precedes him within his class. I rate him probably just the narrowest when he drives right at you. More importantly, he wants to become just a shot rounder out of the backside of his rump and tuck his rear leg up underneath of him just a fraction, but still a high quality bear to land there in third. Young man that rounds out of the class, this bear is definitely dense and hairy and got some texture. Just saw him as the lower fronted option amongst the initial four. I'd like to see that pair pack more heat on the upside of the skeleton.
Placings on that class 23, D-Rock Bears. First place shown by Grady Harrison. Second place by Brock Evans. Third by Mason Morris. And fourth by Hudson Muckerhide. We're now ready for our champion and reserve champion D-Rock Bear drive. Should already have our two Hamps up in the holding pens. Let's go ahead and call class 25, the Hereford Bears, up as well.
So right now we've got our class 22 and class 23 winners out there. Landon Schwarzenstruber and Grady Harrison competing for champion Duroc Barrow.
Some things to look forward to after the show. Recognition for the first year and 10-year members, the Merrill Smith Award, the Philip Metz Award, and at the track tonight, it'll be the Demolition Derby.
All right.
A really close decision in my mind because this pair of bears have a lot of trade-offs within this judge's opinion. Just when the rubber meets the surface, I think there's one that's just truly better when he drives right at you. He packs more heat over the backside of his blade. And honestly, when you prop him up from the side, he's as long and level about his hip structure and probably just as comfortable out of his rear leg. Bear out of our first class is going to be champion.
Congratulations to Landon Schwarzenstruber for getting champion Duroc Barrow. He will be coming back for grand champion.
In class, I probably really love some things about this bear in second, as good as any as I've seen to this far in class. I honestly just never really got a good view. It's better when we come back out here, probably just because there's less pigs. But I'd like to just see this bear catch a gear and run and give you the first impression like a bigger bear does. But just when you get back to the basics, there's one that's square, he's broader, he's denser, he's heavier in terms of the structure and it meets the surface. The second place bear is going to be our reserve.
Congratulations to Klein Low on reserve champion Duroc Barrow.
Congratulations to Landon Schwarzenstruber for showing the champion Duroc Barrow and to Klein Low for the reserve. Now ready to move on to class 24, our Hampshires. We should have 25, the Hoofards, working their way up to the holding pen. Let's go ahead and call 26, the Landers, up as well. So this time we should have Hampshire's, Hoofards, and Landers working into the holding pens.
This is a nice trio class here for Hampshire Barrows.
The Duraco Barrel, the one award that was just given out, that is sponsored by the Don Kramer family and Premier Ag. So thanks to them.
Yep. Out now, we've got Cora McReynolds, 289 pounds, and Jake Graves with 291 pounds. And I believe this might just be a dual class. Miley Wilkerson, I believe, scratched.
That's pretty good to think that we've only had one scratch so far.
Yeah.
Usually there's way more than that.
There's one that just probably packs more heat when you get on the upper side of the skeleton. I think he's the best. When he drives right at you, it's clearly he's the most athletic. The young man is going to be a champion. For reserves, the young lady, is very good from the side. He's sound, he's comfortable, comparatively back to that impressive champion that we had. This player just needs to pack more on the upper part of his body in terms of muscle and shape. If we could do that, we could definitely get talking about that player even a little longer than what we do.
Congratulations to Jake Graves for our champion.
First place shown by Jake Graves. Second place by Cora McManus. Those are also your champion in reserves. Congratulations. Now ready for class 25. Third entries in our Hereford Bear class. Hopefully we have 26 Landers up in the holding pins. I'm going to go ahead and call 27 Poland China, 28 Spot to the holding pins as well.
Out here now in our Hereford Barrow class, we've got Gus Grody, 276 pounds, Jake Graves, 330 pounds, and Katie Gerhart, 277 pounds. This is just a single class Hereford Barrow, so they will be doing champion and reserve champion Hereford Barrow here shortly. Looks like Gus is having some technical difficulties with his barrow out there. If I was that hog, I wouldn't want to move. Take me back. Let me lay. Old Gussie. Good thing he's not showing that thing in showmanship. That wouldn't look good.
Trio of Hereford Bears, and yet probably if you've watched the Bear Show thus far, that you know chest width, body shape, and shape out of the backside of the shoulders very, very important to this judge, and then we try to tie that on to as flexible and mobile of a skeleton as we can. I think there's one that probably is as good in terms of his front foot placement, as wide about his chest, and probably has as much as truly working on him as any of them. That's young man on the far side. He's going to go and be our champion. The young lady in the center is going to be our reserve, and there's some of the things about this bear that definitely are class leading in terms of advantages. That bear's got more true shape by the backside of the shoulder. He's got more fur and fuzz probably just dripping off that thing. And then when you just study that pig from his rear view, I actually prefer his pin width, stifle, and inner shape to his hand is better than was our eventual champion. Comparatively back, he's flatter about his front foot. More importantly, he's plainer out through his head and neck. The bear comes here in third. He doesn't really want to get out here and move. I don't hold that against this bear. Just comparatively to those two above him, he's flatter in terms of his front foot placement. He's longer about his front toe. More importantly, I just read him the plainest on all cylinders of this pig. In terms of his look out front, his shape up high, I just didn't see him as unique and uniform as that pair above him.
Congratulations to Jake Graves for being back-to-back champions on his Hampshire Barrow and Hereford.
For exhibiting that champion Hereford Barrow. Reserve champion showing. Congratulations to Katie Gearhart. Third place in the class was Augustus Grody.
There was a lot of support with Jake getting champion.
Yeah. Our Landers Bears. Hopefully we have our Poland in their spot. And the holding pins, going to go ahead and call class 29 Tamworth up as well.
Our land race here, we've got Casey Barker with 279 pounds and Maxwell Gauk with 251 pounds. Just a dual person class here, so first and second champion and reserve champion here. So
Gemstone Feed is your local grain elevator, and we are currently purchasing corn for feed. We have the best basis in the area, along with a high-capacity dump pit to ensure a smooth delivery with minimal wait times. We are located at 5062 West Base Road, just 3 miles west of the intersection at West Main Street and Bypass 3. To learn more about marketing your grain with us, please contact one of our grain representatives at 812-663-51.
You know, we're getting closer on these show bears to getting to the end of their life in terms of their endpoints. Amongst that, you start talking about that and true market hog fundamentals. There's one that I think just is truly stouter and broader and denser, and then you tie that in. He's as flexible in terms of his length to step off both ends of the skeleton. Young lady's going to go ahead and win this. I'll be the first to admit the young man's bear, I probably prefer this bear's texture to his hair, his skin color, and honestly the strength to his front foot better than who's our initial champion. What lands him in reserve is I just read him to not be as comfortable in terms of his rear view, in terms of his feet and legs. I didn't read that bear as intensified in terms of his foot and bone. A very interesting pair of Landers bears. Definitely both have some market hug quality.
Congratulations to Casey Barker for exhibiting that champion Landers Barrow. And reserve shown by Maxwell Gauk. Next up is class 27, Poland, China. Hopefully we have our spot and our two Tamworths up there as well.
congratulations to Casey Barker, champion land race, and reserve champion land race, Maxwell. Out here now we've got our Poland, China, Olivia Evans, single entry, 259 pounds.
That offers a lot of quality, a very square and a genuine piece of livestock on both ends of the skeleton. More importantly, he's wide about his chest, he's round about the shape of his shoulder, and yet he's still got the good texture up high in terms of the shape of his cage, and yet he's got an awesome square shape out of the backside of his shoulder, and yet still more than comfortable enough out of his rear leg. Exceptional single entry here in the Poland Chinese division.
Congratulations to Olivia Evans, champion Poland Barrow.
Congratulations to Olivia Evans for exhibiting that champion Poland China Barrow. Now ready for our single entry spot barrow. Hopefully we have our Tamworths up. Let's call it class 30, our first Yorkshire class as well, to the holding pens. Class 30 to the holding pens.
Here in our single entry spot barrow, we've got Jake Graves. His hog is weighing 310 pounds.
This young man has brought us a tremendous set of bears here, and this one sure follows their type and kind in terms of being one that's big-chested, round-ribbed, more than comfortable enough off both ends of the skeleton. Let's give him a round of applause for having champion spotted bear.
Congratulations once again to Jake Graves for exhibiting the champion spot bearer. Now move on to our two-entry Tamworth class, Class 29. Hopefully Class 30 Yorkshires are on their way up. Let's go ahead and call 31, the second Yorkshire class, up as well. Just make sure when you get there you know which class you're in.
Third time in a row, Jake's got champion today.
Yep.
It's really good for him.
Old three-peat. We'd like to thank Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management for being a livestock sponsor of the 2024 Decatur County 4-H Fair.
We would also like to thank Farm Credit for being able to donate money for our new pigs.
Yep, new holding pens.
Yeah. They're a really good sponsor for Decatur County Fair.
Yep. Up next, we've got our Tamworth Barrows. We've got Sarah Legier with 264 pounds. And we've got Leo Grody there about to come out in a second with 262 pounds.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
Alrighty, we're back here with our Tamworth Barrows here, dual class. Looks like Leo's hog does not want to cooperate and might want to come talk on the radio.
A good pair of Tamworth Barrows here, and yet when they come through the gates, I think there's just one that probably packs more shape out of the backside of his shoulder, and then you intensify that from the side. He's probably just got the most show pig look and eye appeal. Oh, that's the young lady's bear to my right. He's going to go ahead and be champion. Young man's bear to my left here, he's just like a big kid having fun out here. He's definitely an agile, mobile bear. I really appreciate that about him. Comparatively back to our class champion, I just didn't see as much true muscle or width working with him, but a very sound, agile pig that's out here having fun.
Congratulations to Sarah Legier for exhibiting the champion Tamworth Barrow and to Leo Grody for the reserve. Now ready to move to Class 30, our first class of Yorkshire Barrows. Should be 4 in the class. Also, we should have Class 31 up in the holding pens.
We've got two classes of Yorkshires here. We've got 4 in the first and 3 in the second. So the top 2 of the first and second will come together for champion and reserve. And all of our champion and reserve champions, I believe it's reserve as well, will all come back for, all breeds will come back for one big grand drive. So that'll be here once we get done with the first portion of the show. We have, I believe, 6 more classes to go, so not too much longer. We've got Cletus Rennekamp out there with 202 pounds. Knox Templeton, 260 pounds. Jack Dwanger with 239 pounds. And Jessa Wagner with 265 pounds.
There's a big variety in weight on this class.
class, the Yorkshire Bear, that just really lines up, in my opinion. Young lady's bear to my right needs to go ahead and start. And that bear easily is the widest, he's broadest, he's the whitest, and you tack that on, and he's still sound enough off both ends of the skeleton. He's extremely impressive when you step in behind the livestock in terms of his rear view from him pinhawk to ground. So the young man on the far side with the smallest bear within his class is actually going to go ahead and be second. I like this bear in terms of his front view and his rear view. He's extremely square off both ends of the skeleton. Comparatively back to that impressive class champion we had, I gotta read that bear as bulky in the center part of his body. More importantly, I just didn't see him as fresh in his appearance. Young man to my right is going to be third, and I would probably just prefer that bear's comfortability of the skeleton, his look, his balance, his agility over the bear that's going to lean here in four. The bear that rounds out another flexible bear, but also plays to his disadvantage a little as he's the flattest on all fours. And one that probably just needs to have a shot more shape and muscle for this guy judging.
Congratulations to Jessa Wagner for first in her class and Cletus Rennekamp for second. So they'll come back for champion Yorkshire Barrow.
Placings on that class 30 of Yorkshire Bears. First place went to Jessa Wagner. Second place to Cletus Rennekamp. Third to Jack DeWinger. And fourth to Knox Templeton. Now ready for class 31, our second class of Yorkshire Bears. Then we'll have our champion Yorkshire Bear and reserve champion drive. We would like to go ahead and call class 32 our first light cross class to the holding pens. Class 32 to the holding pens.
Out here now we've got Mac Templeton, 292 pounds. Looks like Colt Morris will be coming out shortly with 300 pounds. We still have a barrow from the last class that I guess loves the show ring. He does not want to leave.
Even with the delay from today, this show's been going on pretty quickly, so
yeah.
Good part on the judges' behalf.
Right. Coming out now is Madeline Shireman, 282 pounds. She is also the expert showman, second runner-up, so she'll also be running for Tom Swine on Tuesday. So the top two of this class will come back for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow.
An interesting class of Yorkshire Bears, and the young lady's bear needs to go and start with, in this judge's opinion, who just wins in terms of being the stoutest featured, broadest, densest bear. He's got very, very large limbs. The young man to my right is going to be second, and this bear is probably more agile than the bear that goes ahead and is our initial class champion. I didn't see this bear working as much as shape or power and dimension upon him, but a very fundamental bear from the side. The bear that rounds out, honestly, from his shoulders back, might be as good of a bear within this class. He just simply is the most ouchy in terms of his front foot and posture. I know that can be frustrating because that's not necessarily controllable as an exhibitor. Sometimes it just happens, though. A very interesting bear in terms of his back two-thirds.
Placings on that class 31 Yorkshire Bears. First place went to Madeline Shireman. Second place to Mac Templeton. And third place to Colt Morris. Now ready to show for our champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Bears. Hopefully we have class 32, our first light cross bear class, working its way up.
Out there now, we've got Jessa Wagner and Madeline Shireman.
Class 33, our first dark cross class, can slowly start working your way up. No need to be in a hurry, though, for that first dark cross class.
We got Jessa Wagner and Madeline Shireman, the two class winners of Yorkshires.
Bears, I thought handled their relative classes fairly easily, and then you get them back out here. I think it's just simple. There's one that just overwhelms them. The young lady out of the second class is going to have our champion.
Congratulations to Madeline Shireman, champion Yorkshire Barrow. Knox Simpleton's out there now to compete for reserve champion.
I do think it's close here for reserve because, like I said in class, I thought of the second place bear. It was probably more agile and more accurate in terms of his rear leg step. There's another one that probably packs more heat on the upside of the skeleton, probably just more impressive, especially when you get up high. Then the first class is going to have a reserve.
Congratulations to Jessa. Correction, that is Mac Templeton, not Knox.
Congratulations to Sarah Legear for exhibiting the champion York Bear and to Jessa Wagner for the reserve. Now ready to move on to class 32. 4 entries in our only light cross class. So the first and second place will be champions and reserves as well. Hopefully class 33 is already en route to the holding pen. We'll go ahead and we'll call class 34 to the holding pens as well. Please make sure you know which class you're in.
Looks like you got a stubborn pig out there.
Yeah, I apologize. First place was Madeline Shireman.
So we are now on getting ready to start class 32 of 36. So we're getting very close. At the conclusion of the crossbred barrow class, so we'll have our light class, and then we'll move into dark. So we have 4 classes of that. At the conclusion of that, all of our champion gilts will come back for grand champion gilt, and then all of our champion reserves from barrows will come out for overall grand and reserve champion barrows. Out here now, we have Miley Wilkeson with 250-pound hog, Lance Wechter with 277 pounds, Clayton Rennekamp, 256 pounds, and Madeline Shireman with 250 pounds. Someone had an energy drink this morning, it looks like.
Looks like Clayton's pig is moving around a lot.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I'm back in TJ's judging class amongst this set of 4 because definitely a lot could be learned going through middle school judging camp again. There is a top pair of bears that I just think have more quality amongst them. You really have some differences. One of them, Sounders, better build. He's square on both ends of the skeleton. Looked at, he's probably the most marshmallow build in terms of his back shape and his pin width, and especially when you step right behind him. There's another one that's dressed to the nines. He's maxed out. He's got a neat head. He's real good shaped, and he's real big pin. He's also the poorest built one of the initial trio. So you really have some differences. I'm going to side with a better built one. I wish he was more creased up from his feet up, but he is the best built one. That's the young lady to my left. This thing to my right is absolutely maxed out. As you can do, like I said, we got to change that one in terms of his angles on both ends of the skeleton. Young man in the center is going to be third, and I think that bear is probably more comfortable than the bear that precedes him within this class. He also comes to us, probably the most different in terms of his front third. I like to just honestly make him a little neater out of the top side of his shoulder. I like to intensify him in terms of his bone and feature. Young man's barrow runs out of the class, still has a high quality barrow here. This one's square, he's sound. He's actually got more bone and feature, and he's leveler in his lines than the barrow that precedes him within this class. He just simply put, got to pack more heat when you get up on the top side of his skeleton.
Congratulations to Molly Wilkinson for having first place in the champion light cross barrow. The reserve, second place to Madeline Shireman. Third place in the class went to Lance Wechter, and fourth place to Clayton Rennekamp. Now ready to move on to our dark cross classes. Class 33 is up first, 5 entries in this barrel class. Hopefully 34 is already up to the holding pins.
We've got Grady.
35 can slowly start working their way up as well.
We've got Grady Harrison, 202 pounds. Sawyer Smoot, 203 pounds. Landon Schwarzenstuber, 223 pounds. Grady Harrison, 229 pounds. And Grace Denny, 229 pounds as well. This is the first of 4 classes for our dark cross barrows.
Selection, service, and the latest in technology is what you'll find at Fraley Implement, your Massey Ferguson dealer in Rushville. For the latest in tillage technology, check out the Terramax from Great Plains. Krone leads the way in new innovations in hay and forage, and Fraley's carry time-tested Gale skid and track loaders as well. Their service department comes to the field or can repair it in shop, and the parts department stands by to keep your operation rolling. Fraley Implement on US 52 in Rushville. Go to FraleyImplement.com for more.
We'd like to thank Fraley Implement for sponsoring our livestock show this week. Also like to thank Gemstone Feeds for sponsoring our hog show today. Without our sponsors, this would not be possible. Also, Farm Credit over there with our new holding pins. Thank you for your support to the youth of our community. Out here now is the first class of dark cross barrows. The top 2 of this one will go back to their pin and come back out for a champion and reserve champion dark cross barrel.
Gotta add on to that, if it wasn't for our 4 big main sponsors, this show probably wouldn't be really possible.
Right. Got everything going on tomorrow. We've got the Horse and Pony show starting at 9 a.m. down at the Horse and Pony Arena. We also have the sheep show starting at 10. And then at 3 o'clock, the 4-H, or the fair parade, will be going down Park Road. So lots of things to do. Rides open at 5 maybe?
Yeah.
So.
And then Sunday at the track is also the rodeo.
Yep, that'll be fun. It's something new they started last year and brought a lot of interest in. Something fun and unique for our area. Not something we have every day. So Thanks to our fair board for that one.
A good class of darts to start out with, and I tell you, if we could combine the top trio of them, we could have one that's absolutely about as near perfect as you could make. There's one that probably just has the class advantages in terms of maturity, stoutness. He's probably had the best advantage in terms of the class, in terms of weight and leeway and way back. Good thing we probably don't, because my guess is he'd be out. The Calico Bear needs a start. He's stout, he's real trophy. And yeah, you really want to start talking about basics. He's the squarest one from front to rear. That's why he wins this class. I'll be the first to admit, I like to shape that one up a fraction more. The backside of the shoulder. More importantly, I like to change the shape of the skull just a fraction. That's been critical on one that probably handles this class in terms of skeletal quality, bone, and feature as easy as we've had one do thus far. There's another one that's probably on the other end of the spectrum in terms of looking like the baby within this class. My guess he's probably the youngest one, and that's the solid block bear on the far side. There's advantages to this bear that are as good as any within this drive. I love this thing's look in front of his blade. I love the shape out of the backside of his shoulder. He's as square and genuine as any of them coming and going. So why is he laying here in second? That bear honestly just isn't as mature and ready as the bear that goes ahead and precedes him within this class. But that thing's good looking. He's sharp. He's dressed for success. Young lady does an awesome job getting him drove. 3 and 4 is really close, and a pair of bears honestly resemble each other in terms of composition and readiness. I prefer the young man and the blues bear to be next. I just to see that bear is sharper and probably more ready in terms of his muscle condition. He too is also a square bear from his rear view. I also read that bear just a shot more man-made. When you drive right at him, he wants to close up in his knee and his chest. I would like to sharpen him up just a fraction when you get on the upside of his skeleton. That's where this bear has the advantages. He is neater looking out front. He's got a good bend to his arm. He's got awesome shape out back. He just needs squared up when you step in from behind him. If we could rein his hock in just a fraction, we can move him up in a hurry. Bear that runs out of the class is extremely genuine on both ends of the skeleton. Just didn't see as many ESTs as those right above him.
Placings on that class 33, Dark Cross Bears. First place shown by Landon Schwarzentroober. Second place by Sawyer Smoot. Third by Grady Harrison. Fourth also owned by Grady Harrison, thanks to Sister Reagan for helping out. And fifth to Grace Denny. Now ready to move on to class 34, Dark Cross Bears. Should be able to bring all the remaining Dark Cross up as well. Bring up 35 and 36 to the holding pens. Please make sure you know which class you're in.
Out there now, we've got Braxton Evans, 249 pounds. Kylie Best, 242 pounds. Landon Schwarzenstuber coming back with 240 pounds. And Grady Wiseman, 244. Following the conclusion of this Dark Cross Barrow class, we will have the champion and reserve champion of both dark and light coming back for champion overall crossbred barrow. And then at the conclusion of that, all champion gilts and reserve champion gilts will be coming back for the grand drive, and also the champions and reserve champions of the barrows will all come back for a grand drive.
Young man in the center needs a start. This is the freshest bear amongst this trio. He ties neat out of the top side of his shoulder. He's got a good shape to his back. Honestly, he's probably the most impressive. When you step in behind livestock, you just want to talk about the plain and simple. He's quality about his head. He's great about his proportion. He's got the good rear view. Of the top pair, they both need change as they drive right at you. Call it a wash. He has the most class advantages. Young man in the black is going to be second, and I'm sure this bear has had an extremely high-quality jackpot career, as he does have the big hair. He's got the good bend. Comparatively to that class champion that we have, he's the most washed out up high in terms of his upper line, his loin edge. More importantly, when you step in behind the livestock, he too could be squared up just a fraction comparatively to that class winner. A very interesting pair to go ahead and start. Young lady's bear is going to be third in this class, and I thought he too, just another fresher bear in terms of the center part of his body. I don't read him as unique in terms of his balance from the side. He's flatter about his front foot. He gets more washed out in his midline. Young man's bear comes out here in fourth. Has actually an advantage in terms of top line strength, squareness from his rear view, and pasturing strength. That bear just has the least amount of ESTs in terms of bone, feature, and width. If we could change that, we can move him up in a hurry.
Placings on Class 34 Dark Cross Bears. First place shown by Braxton Evans. Second place, Landon Schwarzentroober. Third place by Kylie Best. And fourth place to Grady Wiseman. Now ready for Class 35 for entries in this third Dark Cross Bear class. Class 36 should be up in the holding pens or on their way as well. Just a reminder that after we finish the barrel show, we will take just a 30-minute break to get set up for the grand drive and other recognitions. I have been asked to let you know that for those of you that need to grab a quick sandwich during the break or now, Smyrna Lutheran Church's booth is open. They're ready, and they promise to be quick.
So Braxton and Landon will advance to the championship with Dark Cross Barrows.
Yep. Out here now, we've got Colt Morris, 258 pounds. Miley Wilkerson, 259 pounds. Parker Morris, 263 pounds. And Leo Gauk will be coming out with 251 pounds.
If you didn't just hear what Mr. Johnson said, there'll be a 30-minute break. So if they're in the area, there's some good food vendors nearby. I know Fuzz Tops is open. I know Crazy Days is open. Get a tenderloin. There's Stacy's is open. Mm-hmm. And if you want ice cream, I'm pretty sure Hillbilly Corner. And if you want even something sweet, Cornerstone's also open here.
Yep.
So go show some support to your local food vendors.
Young lady with the black and the bear needs to go and start. And honestly, he just comes to the ring the most maxed out in his presentation. He is extremely good. As he drives right at you, he's big-chested, he's bold, he's awesome in terms of the center part of his body. I'll be the first to admit, I like to square him up just a fraction. When you step in behind him, that thing's fresh, he's dialed in, he's definitely dressed to the nines. Young man on the far side in the green is going to go ahead and be second. And I just think that bear has as much show ring look and eye appeal from the side. He's very good. When you step in right behind him from hip off the ground, right lanes him in second, and he's the driest about the center part of his body. He's the flyest about his front foot. If we could change that, we could definitely have a lot deeper conversation between first and second. Young man, soft-footed bear is going to be next, and I just love how agile and bold-ribbed this bear is comparatively to those above him. I don't see him as unique and trim on the front side of his body. More importantly, he wants to become just a sharp planer at the back side of his shoulder. The bear that rounds out another square from the middle bear that really has nothing really messed up about him compared to those above him. That bear just needs to have more excess look on the front side of his body. I'd like to just give him more true width and dimension when you step in behind the livestock.
Placings on that class, Class 35, Dark Cross Bears. First place shown by Miley Wilkinson. Second place by Leo Gauk. Third by Colt Morris. And fourth by Parker Morris. Now ready for our final Dark Cross class. 4 entries, Class 36. Following that, we'll have our champion and reserve champion Dark Cross Bear Drive.
Out there now, we got Mason Balti, 271 pounds. Grant Biltz is coming out with 295 pounds. Jada Galt, 273 pounds. And Mason Morris, 279 pounds. Mason Morris is your expert showman winner, who will move on to Tom Swine, which is the 50th anniversary of that, which is on Tuesday. So come on out and watch that one. If you don't know what Tom Swine is, it is a show of all the expert showmen who have won their respective species. They will show an animal of each, a hog, goat, sheep, and a beef cow and dairy cow. They'll have a judge here to judge the best showman of all those. So they have to prepare leading up to that and learn the different styles of showing different animals. So that's always a fun one to see who can learn and pick up the quickest.
And this is a special year for that because it's the 50th anniversary of it.
Yep.
It started in 1974, so 50th anniversary. So this is a real special one. I heard that the entire family's coming out. Usually it's only one or two family members who come out with the trophy, but this year I heard the entire family.
That'll be nice.
A good way to end up here in these dark crosses, and I would say it's a top pair that are very, very close in my opinion. If you've watched this far, chest width, bone, feature, shape out the backside of your shoulder is going to get you pretty far. Under this guy, I think the Calico Bear has the class-leading advantages. I'll be the first to admit he doesn't have any extra bulk laying on him. With that, there's not one within this drive that can rival him in terms of ditch of his back, bone, and feature. Young man to my left has one that's stressed to the nines with this combed up colored bear. Skin, hair, presentation is absolutely awesome. I read this bear further in terms of his feature. That's not what gets him beat though. He's a bland back bear that honestly needs to just be picked up on his front feet in relationship to not having any more free feature and bone than he does. If we could do that, it definitely becomes even that much more of a conversation. Young lady's black-headed bear is going to be next, and I thought this bear, just when it came through the shoe, had the advantage in terms of back shape and spread. He also is the poorest design in terms of his front foot placement and how his hock moves from behind. If we could square him up and pick him up on his feet, he could definitely move up. The bear that rounds out to another high-quality bear in terms of look, build, design. I love the shape of his skull. He's just simply too dry for this guy judging. If we could change that, man, oh man, he's got some wild, wild pieces.
Placings on that class 36, Dark Cross Bears. First place went to first place went to Mason Bowdy. Second place to Mason Morris. Third to Jada Gold. And fourth to Grant Biltz. Now ready to show for our champion and reserve champion, Dark Cross Bear.
Out there now, we got Landon Schwarzenstuber.
If we could have all of our breed champions and reserve champions ready to go up to the holding pens for, I take that back, we just have the cross barrel championships. We just need the light champion in the dark.
Out there now, we got Landon Schwarzenstuber, Class 33, winner. And Miley Wilkeson, Class 35 winner. Braxton Evans, Class 34 winner. And Mason Bowdy out there for Class 36 winner.
Honestly, for champion, I really don't think it's close. And if you don't like this pig, it's probably because you don't have him on feed. And it's one of the toughest critics I'd say there is. There's a couple things cosmetically we could change in terms of the shape of the skull or truly his back shape working up high. But when the rubber meets the road, this is the wide, broad bill, square, heavy boned one that easily is the soundest from behind. Calico Bear is your champion right hand for me.
Congratulations to Landon Schwarzenstuber for champion Dark Cross Barrel. Coming out now is Sawyer Smoot, the Class 33 second place. So she's out there to compete for reserve champion. Our judge today is Mr. Blake Danner out there in the blue shirt. I'd like to thank him for coming out here to judge our livestock.
We would like to give a special
a very, very good crossbred barrow show, and I thought our champion was undeniable in terms of quality. I think for reserve, it becomes a really close between a trio of them. I'll talk through them so you can see what I'm thinking here. First of all, this off-belted bar, absolutely as good from the side as you could probably make one in terms of being short-bodied, long enough rumped, having a really, really neat look out front. As the drive wears on, his knee and chest really bother me. More importantly, as the drive goes, he wants to swivel and sway a fraction from behind. That young lady's big bad. Wins Class 3. That thing's first impression amongst that class. He handled it very, very well. He's as good in terms of his chest, his bulk, and his spread up highs as good as any. The critics could say, he's a little rounder on the top side of his neck. That really doesn't bother me as a show feeder or fitter. In order to have that much bulk and dimension, you're going to have that. This view here is a shot concerning. With that, he still handles it pretty good from the side, especially in the country fair setting. And then we have this young lady's black bear. Like I said in class, he's as fresh and youthful looking as there is. He is absolutely sharp and dressed up to the nines. He's hard-shaped, neat looking. Comparatively back, though, you really get into study him. He's a frailer featured bear, which I expect that to be of this size. That really doesn't bother this judge. It's when you step right in behind him. He too is another one that wants to swivel and sway. It's a judgment call, in my opinion, particularly here for reserve between a pair of them. There's one, probably just in this setting, he comes with the shot more bulk. He's a fraction more ready. Young lady's blockhead's going to go ahead and be our reserve.
Congratulations to Miley Wilkinson, reserve champion, Dark Cross. So, Landon Schwarzenstuber, Miley Wilkinson, and let me find it.
Congratulations to Landon Schwarzentuber for exhibiting the champion Dark Cross barrow and to Miley Wilkinson for the reserve. Now ready to show our light and dark cross champions for champion cross barrow.
So Miley Wilkinson will have a light cross barrow, and Madeline Shireman will have a light cross barrow, and Landon Schwarzentuber will have the dark cross barrow, and Miley Wilkinson will also have a dark cross barrow. Miley was the champion light cross barrow, and Madeline Shireman was the reserve champion light cross barrow.
After this, they'll take a 30-minute intermission, and then they'll give out a couple of rewards, recognize, and the burrow and gilt.
Grand Drive.
Grand Drives.
Out there now we have Grady Harrison showing for Miley Wilkinson's light cross barrow, Landon Schwarzenstuber's dark cross barrow.
It's been a very good crossbred barrow show within this judge's opinion, and there's probably as much decision to be made amongst them darks, especially there for reserve. Definitely a top trio of barrows that were overwhelming in terms of quality. If we get them back out here, them darks are going to be a champion reserve.
Congratulations to Landon Schwarzenstuber and Miley Wilkinson. They were both the dark cross barrow winners and the overall crossbred barrows. So that will conclude the first part of our show. We will be taking a 30-minute break to grab some lunch, and then we will be back for...
Congratulations to Landon Schwarzentuber, our champion cross barrow, and the reserve to Miley Wilkinson. We're going to take a short break now. We will start back up at 1:45. You can look at the very back of the program and see the order for the champion drive. We'll start out with first-year member recognition, followed by 10-year member recognition, followed by the Merrill Smith Memorial Berkshire Awards, and then the Grand Guild Drive, the Phil Metz Herdsman Award, and the Grand Barrow Drive. That will start in 30 minutes, 1:45.
Alrighty, we'll see you all later back here at 1:45 for the Grand Drive and special recognition.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
Alrighty, we're back here after our little break intermission here, getting ready to start the Grand Drive. We've got a special guest with us today, Blaine Wagner. He was the 2023-2024 State Southern Region Vice President for the Indiana FFA Association. Blaine, tell us how your year was.
Well, that year was a pretty impressive experience. I got to visit about 50 different schools across the state of Indiana. We held some leadership conferences where I met with 1,000 FFA members at the FFA Center to help improve their leadership skills. We met with about 25 different agricultural organizations to help grow the relationship between FFA and agriculture businesses. And I just recapped about 2 weeks ago at a state convention where we had about 3,500 FFA members and guests up at Purdue. It's really been an enjoyable experience.
Yeah.
To our listeners, explain what FFA is.
Yeah, so FFA is an agricultural leadership organization. We have now members 5th grade through 12th grade, and we have about 1 million members nationwide. Here in Indiana, we have about 14,000. All 3 of our local schools in Decatur County have FFA chapters, and just a great way for students to increase their leadership skills while learning about agriculture.
Yeah, and also from Southeast Indiana, we just had a new state treasurer elected, right?
Yeah, yes, we did.
Yeah, Kai Baker from Switzerland County, who is in the same district as the 3 county schools here in Greensburg. So it's really nice to see our local area getting up in the higher levels like Blaine and Kai. Thank you, Blaine.
Thank you.
Selection, service, and the latest in technology is what you'll find at Fraley Implement, your Massey Ferguson dealer in Rushville. For the latest in tillage technology, check out the Terramax from Great Plains. Krone leads the way in new innovations in hay and forage, and Fraley's carry time-tested Gale skid and track loaders as well. Their service department comes to the field or can repair it in shop, and the parts department stands by to keep your operation rolling. Fraley Implement on US 52 in Rushville. Go to FraleyImplement.com for more.
We just heard there that our intermission may be a little longer than expected, so we'll kind of keep you posted as time goes on, but for now we are going to hold off on our Grand Drive and other awards. We'd like to thank some of our sponsors: Halderman Real Estate, Farm and Farm Management, Fraley Implement, Gemstone Feeds, which is our pig show sponsor, Homan Inc., and Farm Credit Mid-America for sponsoring our new holding pens in the back of the arena. So we'd like to thank those.
Homan Inc. is your agricultural, construction, and equipment experts. Homans are specialists in construction of all aspects of hog, beef, and dairy facilities. Their GSI grain storage and handling can facilitate from 100 to 1 million bushels, and they handle all types of livestock equipment from dryers, manure systems, augers, conveyors, fans, and more. Plus, they have a large inventory of service parts as well. Let the pros at Homan Inc. help design your next farm expansion. Homan Inc. in Milroy at 2131 State Road 244. Family owned since 1958. Phone 765-629-2470.
Gemstone Feed is your local grain elevator, and we are currently purchasing corn for feed. We have the best basis in the area, along with a high-capacity dump pit to ensure a smooth delivery with minimal wait times. We are located at 5062 West Base Road, just 3 miles west of the intersection at West Main Street and Bypass 3. To learn more about marketing your grain with us, please contact one of our grain representatives at 812-663-5175 or visit our website, gemstone.ag, to see current cash bids.
Alrighty, we're back here. We just learned that the delay is they're printing new papers, new programs, something like that. So that's taken just a little bit longer than expected. We'll take this time. I'm Garrett Swearing. I will be a junior at North Decatur. I am involved in FFA, where I am the president of our chapter, also treasurer of District 12, and student council, where I am the vice president. I'm also part of the North Decatur basketball team, and outside of school, I am on the United Fund student director board, so there I serve our community and school. And then beside me is Jaden Lawrence.
Hello, I'm Jaden Lawrence. I'm going to my freshman year at North Decatur too. I'm involved in FFA. I hold the title of reporter, and right now I'm the 4-H Junior Leaders 2024 Prince, and in Junior Leaders Club, I'm the secretary. I'm also a cross-country and track athlete, so there's more about me.
Yeah, I'm also the owner-operator of Garrett's Greenhouse, where I grow plants in the spring and fall. Currently have my mum crop going, along with pumpkins, gourds, and other fall decorations. So it's nice to come out here to the fair where the sun's hot, the kids are showing their animals and getting fun awards. Also, the rides are going. The grandstands have lots of fun events. I know tonight they've got the Demolition Derby, is that right?
Yeah.
And then tomorrow they have the rodeo, and on Monday is the tractor pull.
And then Tuesday is truck drags.
Yep, and also tomorrow we have the fair parade, so it'll march down Park Road. Be sure to come out, bring the young ones to collect some candy and get that sugar going. Make them bounce off the walls, so nothing wrong with a little bit of sugar. Not sure how much longer the programs are going to be, but yeah, anything else, Jaden?
So what's the basketball year looking like for you, Garrett?
It'll be a pretty good year. We have a lot of people returning from last year, so.
Just Caden Muckerhide?
Yep, he was the only one that left, and then North Decatur Athletics has moved down from 2A to 1A, so that'll be nice, a new division there. Get to see what that competition looks like. Anything new with cross country or track?
Not really. The section's always been pretty hard, but maybe this will be our first year really at it. We have 9 boys. I think we have 3 new freshmen, counting myself. I'm hoping for a goal of getting under 20 minutes this year in the 5K. So yeah,
nice.
It's gonna be pretty fun.
Yep. We'll take a quick break and get some commercials in here, and hopefully they get us some programs.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
Selection, service, and the latest in technology is what you'll find at Fraley Implement, your Massey Ferguson dealer in Rushville. For the latest in tillage technology, check out the Terramax from Great Plains. Krone leads the way in new innovations in hay and forage, and Fraley's carry time-tested Gale skid and track loaders as well. Their service department comes to the field or can repair it in shop, and the parts department stands by to keep your operation rolling. Fraley Implement on US 52 in Rushville. Go to FraleyImplement.com for more. Homan Inc. is your agricultural, construction, and equipment experts. Homans are specialists in construction of all aspects of hog, beef, and dairy facilities. Their GSI grain storage and handling can facilitate from 100 to 1 million bushels, and they handle all types of livestock equipment from dryers, manure systems, augers, conveyors, fans, and more. Plus, they have a large inventory of service parts as well. Let the pros at Homan Inc. help design your next farm expansion. Homan Inc. in Milroy at 2131 State Road 244. Family owned since 1958. Phone 765-629-2470.
Alrighty, welcome back. We'd like to give a shout out to all of our royalty here helping out. We have Miss Decatur County Bailey Ebbing, who will be a sophomore, I believe, at Purdue University this fall. And Jaden will talk about our 4-H royalty a little bit.
All right, so it's through this club called Junior Leaders. You have to be through 7th through 12th, and you have to be a 4-H member. So 6th grade going to 7th grade, something to look at. It's a really fun club. We do community work and a lot of behind the scenes at the fair. So to be part of 4-H royalty, you have to go through an interview, an application, and point system process. It's a really fun process to go through, and being a part of 4-H royalty is really fun. Also today, near the headquarters building, there's a trailer. We have this thing called Stock the Trailer. It's a competition between all the 4-H clubs in the state of Indiana, between all the counties, and whoever weighs the most amount of food at the end of all the fairs will get a $5,000 grant, and that'll be split among all the clubs in Decatur County. And all the food and water and money we get will go to stay at clubs here. It'll stay at like the Bread of Life, nursing homes, and other food things that need it. And we also accept money. It doesn't just have to be food. We'll use the money to buy like gallons of water and that kind of stuff. So
whatever weighs the most.
It'd probably be a pack of water. That's what we usually buy with the money.
Yep.
But if you have canned foods, that would also be good. Really fun. And yeah, so come out, bring money to it, support junior leaders, and support your local community.
And can you tell us who the 4-H royalty is?
Okay, so we don't have a 4-H king this year because there wasn't really one who applied. But our 4-H queen is Kaylee Smith. She's currently at the horse show showing her horses. Our first runner-up is Chase Christensen. She is currently here. I think I've seen her walk around a couple
Yep,
times.
she was helping pass out ribbons.
And then our princess is Hannah Fuel. I know she's working with her cows right now. And then our first runner-up is Macy Kinker. She was doing the pigs earlier, and now I think she's going to hand out the awards.
Yep.
And then our second runner-up is Josie Hartman. I've seen her walk around a bit today, too. And our third runner-up is Tessa Moeller for Princess.
Yep, we just got our programs back here, so we should be starting any minute now. They had updated versions of what happened this morning, so they put all the Gilt champions and the Berkshire champions and reserves and all that kind of stuff. Also talks about the first-year members and 10-year members, so they'll be going through to recognize those. I believe the first-year and 10-year members will be getting little prizes or trophies or something, maybe like that.
We have a good amount of first-year members, too. It looks like we have... How many do we have, you think, Garrett?
Around 19.
That's pretty nice, and we're only losing like 5 or 6.
Six 10-year members, so...
6 10-year members, so that's pretty good.
That's very nice. We're growing.
We're getting more and then more leaving, so that's really good.
Yep.
And I've seen a lot of the 10-year members win awards today, so that's really good. Last chance to win today, and they're winning, so that's really nice to see that.
Yep. What else we got in this program? We'll also be awarding the Merrill Smith Memorial Berkshire Award. Very sad to see him pass this past spring. He was a great part of our swine group here at the fair.
He was a good man in general.
Yep, very good community leader, someone to look up to. Did a lot for our community.
I saw his wife, Linda Smith, walking around.
She was here to award the Berkshire banners. Then we have the Phil Metz Swine Herdsman Award. And then we move into the Barrow Grand Drive. And then
the Gilt.
We can go through some of the award people who sponsored. The Grand Champion banner for Gilts was Best Equipment. The Grand Champion Traveling Trophy, Joe Fogel family in memory of Gene Fogel, Gilt. Reserve Champion banner, Grand Champion banner, Moore Family Farms, Gilt. Third, the Morris family. Fourth, Greensburg Soy Processors. And fifth, North Decatur FFA. Did not realize that we sponsored.
Neither.
Barrow Awards, Grand Champion Banner, Best Equipment, Grand Champion Traveling Trophy, Corray Trophy, Reserve Grand Champion Banner, Moore Family Farms, 3rd place, Greensburg FFA, 4th, South Decatur FFA, and 5th, North Decatur FFA. So it's nice to see all the local schools and FFA chapters supporting, and also the many people and businesses in our community sponsoring as well. So people are kind of starting to move around a little bit, so hopefully we get this show on the road. Once again, we'd like to thank Gemstone Feed for being our pig show sponsor for today. Also Farm Credit Mid-America for the wonderful holding pens. They look amazing sitting over there, so I'd like to thank all of them.
Farm Credit's really been helping. I know they've been helping also with the Stock the Trailer too. I know they've been helping with the pig area. So they're a big sponsor with our fair.
We'd like to also thank the auction buyers who come out and support these young exhibitors and their showing of animals, and all that money goes directly back to the exhibitor. So a nice way for them to make a little money off their project.
Yeah, looking at the recent buyers, there's probably about 150 on there, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah. Well, they're kind of talking over there, so hopefully
things will get it going.
Yep. I think, let me see this one. I think we'll start with the first year member recognition, the 10-year member recognition, the Merrill Smith Memorial Berkshire Award, and then the Grand Drive Gilt, and the Phil Metz Herdsman Award, and the Grand Barrow Drive. So that should be the order of today's Grand Champion Swine Drive. It'll be a good one based off of what we saw earlier. There's a lot of good hogs out there, a lot of good competition. So if I was that judge, it'd be a hard decision. I know that, but I guess that's what he does. That's what he likes. So more power to him.
Don't want to be judged if it's an easy decision.
Yep.
The judge has also been really good today.
Yes,
He's really been talking to the people.
Yep.
He hasn't just been telling them the places and what's bad with them. They've been telling them what's good about them too.
A lot of good feedback. And our judge is Blake Danner. Here comes Tyler Johnson, one of the swine group leaders, so hopefully we get to going. Scott Johnson, the man on the PA today, giving directions for when to get your hogs to the holding pens, so we'll get ready to go.
Before we start bringing any pigs up, we're going to do some recognitions. This time, if we could have both our first-year swine members and our 10-year swine members, no pigs, just you, up to the show arena, please. Once again, please all first-year members and 10-year swine members to the show ring. Once again, if we have any first-year swine members or 10-year swine members, please come up. Looks like we're missing a few.
Alderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural
We'll
residential
go ahead
housing.
and we will recognize who we have here. We'll recognize everybody, whether they have made it back into the barn or not. Starting off with our first-year members. It's great to see such a large number of first-year swine members. I'm going to go in the order of the program. If you're there, please either wave or step forward to be recognized by the crowd. Our first-year swine members: Mason Bowdy, Grant Biltz, Brock Evans, Camilla Galt, Waylon Grody, Sarah Laguerre, Clayton Rennekamp, Lydia Rennekamp, Rosemary Schwerin, William White, Grant Biltz, Jesse Biltz, Cora Gauk, Miley Gilbreth, Gabriel Hortzman, Emily Morris, Harold Rennekamp, Elizabeth Rennekamp, and Sawyer Smoot. Let's give these first-year members a huge round of applause.
Where is it?
Looks like we're still missing a couple of 10-year members, so if your name is Vincent or Graydon, please come up, or Arden, please come up to the show arena.
There was a duplicate on the program here, so there's actually only 18 first-year members. So we are waiting on a couple 10-year members to come up to be recognized.
Have to have a little bit more of an incognito haircut to not be spotted, Vincent. All right, 10-year members, what a commitment for the past 10 years. All the mornings of walking pigs, feeding pigs, grooming pigs, getting them ready, going to jackpot shows and coming to the county fair. Quite an accomplishment to be a 10-year member. We'll recognize all 6 of them, whether they were able to make it at this time or not. Our 10-year swine members here in Decatur County are Olivia Evans, Katie Gerhart, Arden Muckerhide, Mary Schwerin, Vincent Trinkamp, and Graydon Wiseman. A big congratulations to all of these 10-year members. Decatur County is quite proud of you.
Congratulations to our first-year and 10-year members.
It's a lot of work for them.
Yep. At the conclusion of this, we will have the Merrill Smith Berkshire Awards. So, looks like we'll get a big group picture here. But I'm not really sure what the Merrill Smith Award is, what it comprises of, but
I think it's honoring someone really devoted to pigs, I think.
yeah, but I don't know what the requirements of receiving that award are. I'm guessing they'll pick one gilt shower and one barrow shower, but I'm not sure. I just hate to have to see those kind of awards go out, but I guess it is what it is.
It's good for them to be honored, though.
Yep, it's a great way to honor them. Just stinks that we have to do it.
Selection, service, and the latest in technology is what you'll find at Fraley Implement, your Massey Ferguson dealer in Rushville. For the latest in tillage technology, check out the Terramax from Great Plains. Crone leads the way in new innovations in hay and forage, and Fraley's carry time-tested Gale skid and track loaders as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to present a very special award in memory of one of the true icons of the Berkshire breed, and an industry leader, and really just a community leader in Merrill Smith. As many of you know, Merrill went to heaven there just a few weeks ago, a month ago, and his impact on our program here is going to be everlasting, and we can't thank him and his family enough for the things that they've done for our program in the community. And Linda wanted to do something, and we kind of wanted to collaborate on a way to memorialize Merrill and all of the many things that he did. And one of the ways that we want to express that lifelong impact is to recognize a few members that have shown Berkshire hogs here at the fair to help, and maybe not necessarily winners. They just have to work hard and do the right things and just be all around good people. And this year we're going to give out a Guild Award and a Barrel Award. And our Guild representative is Mr. Ian Amrine. If Ian can come in. And then our Barrel Award winner is Mr. Wesley Horseman. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. If Ian's around here, we'd like for him to come in here as well. Go ahead. Once again, if you would please give Linda and her family a big round of applause for the support that they've given to our program over the years. Thank you.
Congratulations to Wesley Horseman for the Berkshire Barrow Merrill Smith Memorial Award, and Ian Amrine for the Berkshire Barrow or Berkshire Gilt Award.
If you were only here, you could feel the emotions in the room while giving out the award. His wife handed it out, and it looks really emotional for her. But it's a good thing that they gave an award like this out to honor him.
Reserves ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now to the time that most people have been waiting for, our Grand Champion Drive. We'll start with the gilts. We'll follow up with the barrows. So at this time, if we could have all of our champion gilts to the holding pens. Reserve champions, stay at your pen. Do not come to the holding pens, but have your reserves at the ready. Then if you'll agree the one that beat you in class for champion is named overall champion, you'll be able to come up. You'll be called by me up here. But we want the reserves to be ready, but stay at your pen. All the gilt champions, please come up.
So our gilt champions, Berkshire, shown by Madeline Shireman.
While we're waiting on those gilts to make their way up to the holding pens, I'll introduce you to our judge today. Our judge is Blake Danner from Chalmers, Indiana. He's the owner and operator of Danner Livestock with his fiancée Mallory and parents Chris and Susan. Their operation currently consists of 150 sows. He's a Purdue graduate and is pleased to be here with us here in Decatur County for our 2024 Swine Show.
Berkshire Gilt, shown by Madeline Shireman. Chester White, shown by Casey Barker. Duroc, shown by Ben Browner. Hampshire, shown by Arden Muckerhide. Hereford, shown by Gwendolyn Gauck. Poland China, shown by Vincent Trinkamp. Tamworth, shown by Cora Gauck. Yorkshire, shown by Jessa Wagner. And Crossbred, shown by Braxton Evans. We'll also go into our reserve champions. Berkshire, shown by Ian Amrine, recipient of the Merrill Smith Memorial Award. Duroc, shown by Ben Broner. Hampshire, shown by William White. Hereford, shown by Macy Kinker. Yorkshire, shown by Sarah Fogg. And Crossbred, shown by Klein Lowe. So, as those champions are heading up to the brand new Farm Credit Mid-America holding pens, we'd like to thank them for their sponsorship. This is the time everyone
We want to take a minute while we can, while everybody's here, to thank some of our sponsors. First and foremost, we want to thank Farm Credit for sponsoring our pens that we have in the show arena, also for sponsoring the show arena in general. If you look at the very back page of the Grand Champion Drive program, you'll see all of the supporters for our banners and trophies, including Best Equipment, the Joe Fogel family, in memory of Gene Fogel, Moore Family Farms, the Morris family, Greensburg Soy Processors, North Decatur FFA, Best Equipment, the Corrays, Moore Family Farms, Greensburg FFA, and South Decatur FFA. All of those are sponsoring banners and awards from this Grand Drive. We truly appreciate all the support from everybody in the community.
Gemstone Feed is your local grain elevator, and we are currently purchasing corn for feed. We have the best basis in the area, along with a high-capacity dump pit to ensure a smooth delivery with minimal wait times. We are located at 5062 West Base Road, just 3 miles west of the intersection at West Main Street and Bypass 3. To learn more about marketing your grain with us, please contact one of our grain representatives at 812-663-5175 or visit our website, gemstone.ag, to see current cash bids.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the 2024 Grand Drive for the Gilts. I'll introduce them pretty much alphabetically as they enter the show arena. Starting out with our Berkshire champion, shown by Madeline Shireman. Then our Chester White champion, shown by Casey Barker. Our Duroc champion, shown by Ben Ballner. Our Hampshire champion, shown by Arden Muckerhide. Our Hereford champion, shown by Gwendolyn Gauk. Our Poland China champion, shown by Vincent Trimkamp. Our Tamworth champion, shown by Cora Gauk. Our Yorkshire champion, shown by Jessa Wagner. And our Crossbred champion, shown by Braxton Evans. Let's give a round of applause for all of these Gilt breed champions.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
Alrighty, we're back here in the Gilt Grand Drive for Grand Champion here. Looks like the judge is starting to get out his microphone, so maybe he's going to start making some pointers and name our Grand Champion.
Well, we had an extremely high-quality gill show, and I'm not one for long-winded speech here, but Decatur County and some of the individuals within this county have given me extremely high opportunities amongst our industry. I know that the first judge I actually ever got to judge was the Jackpot Show the year of COVID that was here. It was Father's Day weekend, and I had the opportunity to judge with my father. That was definitely an opportunity in a memory I'll never forget. We've never done anything like that since then. It's just really enjoyable. There's a few people around ringside that we can mention that have been have helped me in my ability for success. I know honestly, TJ and Abby, they were my junior high judging coaches there with Katie Pitts, the Frontier FFA. If you didn't like how I talked to them today, blame it on them because they definitely brought me out of my shell. At one point, I was a shy individual. I know that's probably hard to believe for anybody around ringside. Because I can definitely talk as many words per minute as anybody here. I can guarantee you that. You want to talk about some of the great industry leaders. I remember spending the past 10 years with Merrill Smith at CPS, extremely high quality dude, and more importantly, I just taught the next generation of youth to go ahead and just be good humans. And I think we miss that from time to time in this industry or even just the world. It's okay just to be a good human, pass that along. I know good people, when you get them in your corner, they can leave an everlasting impression. With that, I would like the committee that allowed me to come back here and sort through here, get my feet back in this mulch. Like I said, first opportunity I ever had to judge was here, and I greatly appreciate that. We jump back into the stock. I thought it was an extremely good gill show. It comes down to a trio of them. I think there's just one. It just simply is just the best built one. Young Man's Red One's going to have to be your grand champion.
Congratulations to Ben Browner.
Congratulations to Ben Browner for the champion gilt for the 2024 Decatur County Swine Show.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for that one. But yeah, congratulations. Now we will be choosing the
I thought that red gill just did so many things so positively. There was another one just in my back of my mind throughout the day that I thought just brought the extras to the table. Heavy bone, good built type of female. Young ladies, Berkshire is going to be reserved.
Maddie Shireman, reserve gilt.
Congratulations to Madeline Sharman for having a reserve champion gilt.
She was showing a Berkshire gilt.
I got a photographic memory, so we can find them back up. For third overall, I thought there was another one within a retrospective breed that I think is just so high quality. Young ladies, Hereford's going to be third overall.
Congratulations to Gwendolyn Galk for the third best gilt. Fourth best gilt shown by Braxton Evans.
Okay.
Okay. Our fifth best gilt was exhibited by Ben Bauner. Congratulations to all of our gilt exhibitors for a great gilt show. Special congratulations to Ben for his Grand Champion gilt. This time, before we'll go ahead as soon as they clear the aisles with these gilts, we'll have our breed champion bearers make their way up, and while they're doing that, we will move on to the Phil Metz Swine Herdsman Award. Phil Metz was a noble individual, not only in the community, but the agricultural industry as well. Philip Metz dedicated his life and used his talents and time to inspire his community and the swine industry. Beginning in 1988, this award was created to honor and remember all of Phil's accomplishments in the industry that was so near and dear to his heart. This award is sponsored by the Metz family.
We'll sit here and patiently wait for the passing of the trophy for the Phil Metz Swine Herdsman Award.
After that will be the Grand Barrow Drive.
Yep, and then that, I believe, concludes our swine show.
Bad time for your batteries to go out.
Yeah.
Well, every year we give the Phil Metz Herdsman Award out, and it can, over the years it has meant different things to us. And one thing's always important is that these individuals treat people right, do the right things, and just give everybody around them maybe a leg up or help them out throughout the week and really throughout the setup, the tear down, and all of those things. And it really is an all-encompassing award, and we're happy to have Bill and Garrett here to help present the award this afternoon to this year's award winner, Mr. Klein Lowe. Klein Lowe, please come on down. Klein Lowe, aisle 1. There he is. If you would please, let's put our hands together one more time for Klein and the Metz family for sponsoring and their continued support for our program. We certainly appreciate it. Congratulations, Klein.
Congratulations to Klein Lowe, the 2024 Phil Metz Swine Herdsman Award.
It's a really good award to receive.
Really shows good character, just a good swine shower who helps everyone out.
Yeah, it shows sportsmanship in the swine community.
Well, once again, congratulations to Klein. It's a tremendous honor to be given the Metz Herdsman Award.
I'm trying to figure out somebody's the font on this one.
11 breed champions showing for the title of Grand Champion Overall Barrow here at the 2024 Decatur County Fair. So as soon as we get all 11 of them, we'll introduce them and have our Grand Barrow Drive.
During the gilt class, we had 9 entries, and today for the barrow we have 11. So nice big class.
Gemstone Feed is your local grain elevator, and we are currently purchasing corn for feed. We have the best basis in the area, along with a high-capacity dump pit to ensure a smooth delivery with minimal wait times. We are located at 5062 West Base Road, just 3 miles west of the intersection at West Main Street and Bypass 3. To learn more about marketing your grain with us, please contact one of our grain representatives at 812-663-5175 or visit our website, gemstone.ag, to see current cash bids.
We would like to thank Gemstone for being our show sponsor for the pigs this afternoon.
We're going to do it a little different here for the barrows. If you have a reserve champion barrow, we'd like you to bring them up to the holding pens in case you have a chance to show for reserve. So reserve champion barrows, please come on up to the holding pens and wait and see what happens.
We have 9 reserves. Here, while we're waiting for the reserves to come up, we'll thank our sponsors: Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management, Fraley Implement, Gemstone Feeds, and Homan Inc. So we thank those sponsors for sponsoring our swine show this afternoon. Looks like we're getting the thumbs up to get this show on the road.
Meet our breed champions. First, the Berkshire champion, shown by Grady Harrison. The Chester White champion, shown by Lance Wechter. The Duroc champion, shown by Landon Schwartzentruber. The Hampshire champion, shown by Jake Graves. The Hereford champion, also owned by Jake Graves. Looks like Ian Amrine's helping out with his hamp. The Landers champion, shown by Casey Barker. The Poland China champion, shown by Olivia Evans. The Spotted champion, shown by Jake Graves. Thanks to Ben for helping out showing that spot. The Tamworth champion, shown by Sarah Leguer. The Yorkshire champion, shown by Madeline Sharman. And the Crossbred champion, shown by Landon Schwartzentruber.
Alrighty, I think all of our champions are out there. Maybe not.
This reserved or grand?
This is for grand. Grand Champion Barrow. Nice large class.
And the gill show, and I'm not going to hold anybody up through this bear show. I'm not a long-winded person. I would tell you, when you drop these bears back out here, it's a two-gun show race, in my opinion. Amongst the pair, there's one that's probably sharper and just honestly better in terms of the shape of the skull. There's another one when you just master the obvious and just study the livestock. I've been to a lot of livestock shows lately, and I just tend to see people really struggle out of that. The one that wins 9 out of 10 categories between chest, width, bone, hair, density of his rear leg, mobility, young man's crossbred is going to be your champion.
Landon Schwarzenstruber, your...
Congratulations to Landon Schwarzenstruber for having the champion overall barrow.
You drop that reserve crossbred in, and he sure jumps into the mix, because that thing's a stouty for sure. There's another one, that pro-share champion, in terms of just being wild looking from the side, has a good bend. I think this one's better days are probably ahead of him. That young man's Berkshire is going to be reserved.
Congratulations to Grady Harrison for having reserve champion barrow.
They place at the 5, right?
I believe so. Yep. Grand Reserve. The Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion, 3rd overall, 4th overall, and 5th overall.
And both 5th overalls are sponsored by North Decatur FFA.
Yep. And looks like Miley Wilkinson just got 3rd overall.
Crossbred? No. Yeah. Congratulations to Miley Wilkinson for 3rd best barrel.
Landon Schwarzenstruber looks like 4th overall in Duroc, and Klein Lowe 5th overall with the Duroc.
4th best barrel was owned by Landon Schwarzenstruber, the Duroc, and then the reserve Duroc was 5th best, owned by Klein Lowe. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors today. Thanks to everyone for coming out for today's swine show. Whether you were here last night for the county bred, born, and raised and showmanship, or here for the regular swine show today, we appreciate you being here, supporting the youth of Decatur County. Have a good rest of your day and weekend, and to those of you that have other livestock species to show, we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the week.
Alrighty, we'd like to thank everyone for tuning in today. This concludes our swine show at the Decatur County Fair. One last time, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management, Fraley Implement, Gemstone Feeds for the Pig Show, Holman Inc., and Cobia. So thank you to those sponsors. Have a good day.